It's usually a big
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I am Board Chair Janet Richardson. I would like to welcome you all to the May 9th Public Board meeting of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. I would be remiss if I didn't give my own aunt a shout out. Today is her birthday. My aunt Willadell. So she lives in South Carolina. And I remember growing up, when my parents would send us down south for the summer, she was my summer teacher, and she taught. We had to read books, we had to do book reports, and it was very, very serious. So happy birthday to my aunt. I have to give her that shout out. If you have not yet done so, please mute your phone. Anyone who does not mute their phone may be muted by the call moderator or removed from the call. Additionally, if you are not a board member or the CEO and her staff, please turn your video off. I will now read a roll call of the board to identify who is with us here in the space or with us virtually. Please identify yourself first before speaking for the record. I will go through the roll call for each vote. Commissioner McFadden?
Yes, I'm here.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, present.
Commissioner Coy?
Present.
Commissioner Esposito? Present. Commissioner Griffin? Commissioner Katz-Zogby?
Present.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Present.
Commissioner Reed?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
here.
Commissioner Sally?
Present.
Commissioner Slater Harrington?
Here.
And I am here. That makes us 11 present with 1 absent. Is there a motion to reopen the meeting? Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second. Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. All in favor? Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito? Yes. Commissioner Katz-Zogby?
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Sally?
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington?
Yes.
And I am in favor. That motion passes with 11 in favor and 1 absent. We would like to now have our presentations of colors by the JROTC at Frederick Douglass High School. Let us all stand.
Part-time, Mark. Group, halt. Banner, face. Ma'am, this is Command Sergeant Major S. from Frederick Douglass High School, Army GRTC, request permission to present colors.
Permission granted.
Thank you, ma'am. Reverse colors, Mark. Group, halt. Present arms. flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order arms. Oh.
Ready, cut.
I want to thank the JROTC from Frederick Douglass High School. That was Cadet Captain Eric Lloyd, Commander, Cadet Captain Sergeant Major Ashrith Gamil, Rifle, Cadet Captain Takia Valentine, U.S. Flag, Cadet Sergeant First Class Serenity Lewis, State Flag, and Cadet Staff Sergeant Mohammed Masaleh, Rifle. We will now have our recognition of passing, our moment of silence, read by Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
First, I would like to take the time to recognize the passing of a city school employee. This individual was committed to supporting our students through their work. The Greater City Schools community will fondly remember the employee. Tonight, we send our deepest condolences to the employee's family and friends. I must say that I was one of his friends, and we worked together for a very long time. So, Mr. Scott Satry started his career with City Schools on August 23rd, 1999. We served the staff and students for 23 years and 8 months as a teacher, secondary teacher, and ESOL at W.E.B. Du Bois High School, National Academy Foundation, Hamden Elementary Middle, and lastly, Patterson High. Mr. Satry unfortunately departed on April 21st, 2023, and will be missed by his family, friends, the city schools. Scott Satry.
We want to just have a moment of silence. So let's be silent. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. Is there a motion to approve the prior open session minutes?
So move, Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Is there a second?
Second, Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. All in favor, Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Coy,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito. Yes. Commissioner Katz-Zagby,
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
Commissioner Sally,
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington,
Yes.
and I am in favor. That motion passes with 11 in favor and 1 absent. Is there a motion to approve the closed session summaries?
So moved, Sally.
Thank you, Commissioner Sally. Is there a second?
Second, Robert.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor, Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Coy,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito. Yes. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sally,
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington,
Yes.
and I am in favor. That motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 absent. So hello again, everyone, and welcome again to our meeting. There are some exciting things happening in city schools. Next week, the board will host a board safety hearing for our students, families, staff, and community members. The hearing is designed to accomplish three things. First, it is a follow-up from the board student forum in which we heard student voice around safety concerns. Second, the hearing will help the board to better understand the potential root causes of the violence in our community and its impact on our students. We will receive presentations from representatives from the Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and Baltimore City Schools. Third, this hearing will offer the board an opportunity to hear from all of our stakeholders that will offer us further enlightenment. The board will be active listeners during the hearing, listening and learning. This information is the start of a series of public engagement opportunities that will guide some of the board's school year 24 conversations. The hearing will be held at Booker T. Washington Middle School on Wednesday, May 17th at 6 p.m. To learn more about the board safety hearing, please visit www.baltimorecitysschools.org/board meetings. May is Creative Beginnings Month. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay, did you know that? I learned that. I didn't know that. I thought you would get a kick out of that. It is the Creative Beginnings Month. So this is a time to unleash new thoughts, solutions, and pieces of art. Our students, specifically students in our robotics programs, are doing just that. More than 700 city school students from over 70 schools are participating in a robotics program. This is a near 40% increase since last year. These students are learning how to design, build, and code robots, and their expertise places them in spaces with the best from around the state. In fact, it's this year's Maryland State Robotics Championships. Maryland State Robotics Championships, there are 46 teams representing city schools. That is incredible. Students earned a total of 19 statewide awards in robotics. This success extends beyond titles and trophies. Students are learning valuable skills such as good sportsmanship, perseverance, and strong presentation skills. So congratulations to you all on a job well done. Not only are our students growing creatively, but personally. On April the 28th, young ladies from several Baltimore City high schools participated in the My Sister's Keeper conference, a safe space for young women designed to teach them the importance of sisterhood, self-love, self-management, and self-awareness. The conference was sponsored by Bridget Austin Smith of Youth Ambassadors Leadership Academy. Mrs. Austin Smith, Caden Hill from Carver, and Jasmine Avery from Edmondson, and a few participants of the conference are here with us tonight. So I would like for them all to please come forward. Awesome.
Good evening.
Good evening. So I wanted you all to share a few words about the event and some things that you learned from your experience.
Sure.
And introduce yourself before you speak. So the mics should be on. You can either pick them up. Yeah.
Sure.
You ladies look lovely tonight too, by the way.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jasmine Avery, and I think the field trip or how do I explain it? The conference was very useful in life. I feel like it taught us many things because there was different there was different workshops that we had went to during the conference, and like we talked about different things that would help us in life. And I think it was a nice experience to go through because it taught us sisterhood. It taught us like things that will help us when we're growing up, things that we should do, things that we shouldn't do growing up in our workshops that we talked about. And I think it was just very useful.
You know, this is a new group.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is a new group of young people with us. It's been exciting because I said, there's kids I don't know in Baltimore City. And so it was really exciting to meet kids from around the district that I did not know.
Yeah.
And so this is just a beginning
Yeah.
of initiatives that we have that we're developing now. We're going to be going away for the weekend, the youth retreat. We're going to take those young people, working with Dr. Hayden. She's wonderful.
Is she here?
She's here.
Come on.
She has a crown.
For the board, this is my ILED,
Yeah.
the best ILED
Yeah.
in the system.
It has been exciting working with her. Yeah. Exciting working with her.
Lori Hines, you can come up too. We
Yeah,
see you with
Lori.
your little crown.
Sabrina. So we are blessed with a great group. We had like 180 young ladies, had about 60 women there at our new center in Park Heights, and it was just emotional. Our keynote speaker was incredible. Young people who came back to support the young people. So I said, what are we going to do next? And this initiative we're working with Dr. Hayden, what we're going to do is Maryville, Augusta Bell, Edmonston, Carver. We're going to take Douglas, my alma mater. We're going to take 10 kids, males and females, and begin to develop them over the summer.
Okay.
So then that way they'll be the ambassadors. They'll be the ones speaking up. We've developed my sponsor, one of my sponsors, we've developed a tool. It's called Back Against the Wall.
Yeah.
And it's a podcast that we're going to be doing with students who have student voice. So we're being creative, taking them away out of Baltimore City for a week to be able to develop together so that when they go back to Dr. Hayden's schools, we're ready to support them.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. It has been a pleasure to partner with Youth Ambassador Leadership Academy. And one of my favorite things and highlights of this year was the My Sister's Keeper Conference, to see so many young ladies from different schools come together to fellowship and enjoy the workshops. And they're excited about the work. They're excited about getting together again. That's one of my favorite things to see. Going into schools now, and some of them are still chatting about My Sister's Keeper. So we're going to continue the work, and we're also going to continue our partnership in our 4 schools, because that is aimed at conflict resolution and supporting some of the climate work. So we're going to continue that, and we'll give you updates as we go along.
Thank you so much. I want to say, you're Miss Austin Smith, right?
Yes.
I don't know if you remember, but I remember you from our very first board forum in the community. Commissioner Coy, do you remember Miss Austin Smith? Park Heights. And I remember being struck by a lot of what you said, like the relationships you've been able to build. And so it is so rewarding for me to all these months later to see you actually still doing the work with our young people. So thank you so much. Let's give them a hand. Let's give them a hand. Tanisha has a video that I would like for her to share with this group. And so Tanisha, if you could tee that video up, we cut it down just a little bit. But yeah, so we can see the lovely images.
those ladies' night out at the Cheesecake Factory. Every girl has a little black dress. I was at the center.
Where was this? Where were you all?
The center, we have a new center. It's the Langston Hughes building. So we redid the building.
Okay,
Working out. It's really beautiful.
that is awesome.
That is the gala we do. We
Mhm.
just celebrated our 30-year anniversary.
Okay.
And so we had a black tie gala. The kids came back from 30 years ago. That is a big deal for us. Our ball every other year
Mhm.
that we do.
This is
Those are things we
amazing.
do during the summer.
Uh-huh.
Yes,
This is amazing. 30 years?
it's 30 years. Blood, sweat, and tears. 30 years. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my mouth is twisted. I had a crown today, so not sick. I'm okay. I just wanted to say that we did have My Sister's Keeper this year, but this is not the first year of My Sister's Year. This is something that we call her Mama B, has been doing, and I've been working with her for many, many years. Previously, it was at the Pikesville Hilton, but because she now has the center, it was really nice to have it there. So I just wanted to say that this is not, something new. This is something that's ongoing. My role here in City Schools, I'm the Director of Student Conduct and Attendance. And so we often partner with Mama B because we have some, I'm going to say like difficult students that come through my office. And I'm like, wait a minute, I have something for you. So I will, contact Mama B and we will, partner up to really bring out the best in those students who have not found success in their school, or they've gotten in trouble, but we don't give up on them. We found creative ways to partner together. So I just want to say Mama B has been very instrumental in that work, as well. But just wanted to note that this is not anything that is that's new. It's been ongoing.
Thank you
Thank
all
you.
so much. Thank you for coming out and being with us this evening. Thank you.
Hey, what are the four schools again?
Sir,
The four schools you mentioned?
Mervo, Douglas, Emerson, Carver.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. So happy Teacher Appreciation Week for our teacher. And happy School Nurses Week for our school nurses. Awesome. Okay, this concludes my comments for this evening, but I do want to acknowledge an anonymous donation of $10,000 for physical education, athletics equipment, and improvements to the buildings and facilities at Mary Ann Winterling Elementary School at Bentelow. Is there a motion to approve the PEP and quasi-judicial matter?
So moved. Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington. I'm gonna get that. I promise you. Commissioner McFadden.
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
Commissioner Sally.
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
And I am in favor. That motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 absent. I will now turn it over to Dr. Santelises for CEO comments.
Thank you, Chair Richardson. I also, as the young ladies are leaving, just want to say thank you again for coming all the way down to North Avenue and sharing. And I blew Mama B a kiss at the end. And really just appreciate you all and what you do for our young people all the time. I am going to invite Chief Emily Nielsen up for this evening's PEP agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. Good evening, commissioners. We're getting into the point of the season when we have a longer PEP report tonight. And I think we have some cheering sections here to celebrate some of these appointments. From the Office of the Chief of Schools, an appointment recommended that Allison Snow, currently teacher secondary at Forest Park High School, be appointed assistant principal at Forest Park High School effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Kara Castle, currently educational associate 10-month at Augusta Fells Savage Institute of Visual Arts High School, be appointed assistant principal at Augusta Fells Savage High School, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Christopher Taylor, currently teacher elementary at Roland Park Elementary Middle, be appointed assistant principal at Roland Park Elementary Middle, effective July 3rd, 2023.
Chief Nielsen, if I may, if the
Yes.
if the folks are in the room, could you just stand so that we could see you? And if you are virtual, if you can just turn your cameras on if we called your name for the PEP tonight. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, recommended that Crystal Bazemore, currently interim assistant principal at National Academy Foundation High, be appointed assistant principal at National Academy Foundation High, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Frenezi Maganan, currently IEP team associate at Digital Harbor High School, be appointed assistant principal at Claremont High, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Jeffrey Sanfilippo, currently educational associate 10-month, Digital Harbor High School, be appointed assistant principal, Digital Harbor High School, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Jemima Buchanan, currently academic content liaison literacy, be appointed assistant principal at Western High School, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Jennifer Morrow, currently educational associate 10-month, New Era Academy, be appointed assistant principal, Digital Harbor High School, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Jillian Turner, currently educational associate 10-month at Digital Harbor High School, be appointed assistant principal at Digital Harbor High School, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Keisha Christian, currently interim assistant principal, Re-Engagement Center, AOP support, be appointed assistant principal, Re-Engagement Center, AOP support, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Mark Sawyer, currently assistant principal, Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, be appointed principal at Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Melissa Cox, currently educational associate 10-month, at Arundel Elementary, be appointed assistant principal at Arundel Elementary, effective July 3rd, 2023. Recommended that Tiffany Adams, currently educational associate 12-month, principal leadership development, be appointed assistant principal at Pimlico Elementary Middle, effective July 3rd, 2023. And Tiffany's been on human capital, so we're very proud and excited for her. And a reassignment, recommended that Bridget Wrightson, currently principal George Washington Elementary, be reassigned principal Abbottson Elementary, effective July 3rd, 2023. From the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, an appointment, Stephanie Fay, currently Vice President Operations and Administration at Bloom Health Centers, be appointed Director of Budget in the Budget Office, effective May 22nd, 2023. And reassignments from the Office of the Chief of Schools. Bethany Jacobs, currently Assistant Principal at the Mount Washington School, be reassigned Assistant Principal, Hollibird Academy, effective July 3rd, 2023. Susan Abdullah, currently Assistant Principal at Hazelwood Elementary Middle, be reassigned Assistant Principal at Billie Holiday Elementary, effective July 3rd, 2023. Etta Johnson, currently Assistant Principal at Sandtown Winchester Achievement Academy, be reassigned Assistant Principal, Hazelwood Elementary Middle, effective July 3rd, 2023. And finally, Esme Pentel, currently Assistant Principal at Coppin Academy High, be reassigned Assistant Principal, Sandtown Winchester Achievement Academy, effective July 3rd, 2023. Congratulations to all the appointments. That concludes the PEP for this evening.
Thank you very much, Chief Nielsen. As has become our practice, I would like to ask Mr. Mark Sawyer to stand, and I'll just read a little background. First, I do want to say, because I know that she is here, that Principal Williams has hard shoes to fill, but I don't think it is overlooked by anyone that Mr. Sawyer had the benefit of being part of the Poly community and with you. And I want to publicly state and let everyone know that Principal Williams modeled a level of leadership that also has personal sacrifice, because she actually could have and wanted to very vehemently retire last spring. And we asked her to stay because we wanted to make sure that Poly was in good hands and that we took the time to find the right candidate. And not everyone will do that. And I think it is a testament to Principal Williams' commitment to not just Poly, but to Baltimore City and our young people. So I want to thank her for that. And yes, she's right there, but she won't stand. I was talking a long time. No, you won't. I got a whole paragraph about Mr. Sawyer, so you don't have to worry. But I do want to say thank you publicly, because people don't often know what goes on behind the scenes, and she could have just said goodbye. By right, she could have, and she didn't, because she wanted to transition well. And I want you to know that I thank you for that. Thank you. And your reward is that you have one of your own, Mr. Mark Sawyer, who will be assuming the position of principal of Baltimore Polytechnic. Mr. Mark Sawyer is currently serving as an assistant principal at Baltimore Polytechnic Institute. Mr. Sawyer previously worked for 36 years at Poly as a teacher, department chair, and the school's business manager. He states, quote, "My commitment to education is driven by my desire to make a meaningful difference in the lives of our students, families, and school community." Mr. Sawyer holds a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics, secondary education from Towson State University, and a master's degree in educational administration from Grand Canyon University. Congratulations, Principal Mark Sawyer. And I just want everyone to know that I don't have a blurb for Bridget Brightson, who will be assuming the principalship at Abbottson, but I want to thank her also for taking on a new post at Abbottson as well. So thank you and congratulations to her. This week, as was noted by our board chair, is Teacher Appreciation Week, and I was really pleased to be able to last week deliver, because my schedule this week is a little gnarly, but I was really pleased last week to be able to visit with 3 teachers to give them a special CEO Teacher Appreciation. So I do want to shout out Ms. Keisha Wilson, who is the biology teacher at Augusta Thel Savage. And I think one of the things that struck me, Principal Carnes is her principal who nominated her just to have this special recognition during Teacher Appreciation Week. And it was live when I walked into her classroom to surprise her, but that she really engages her biology students in really hands-on scientific exploration, including live goats, bottle rockets, and living classroom ecosystems. She even has students give spoken word and musical performances in the cafeteria on Friday. And Ms. Wilson is also the science department lead and a new teacher mentor, as well as a member of the ILT and school climate committee. And I will tell you, when the CEO walked in her room, she did not miss a beat. So we paused for her to finish with her students before I could recognize her. So I just want to give another shout out to Ms. Keisha Wilson. Also, I want to give a shout out, and it was wonderful to visit with Dr. Lisa Washington, who teaches 8th grade special education at James McHenry. Her principal Danita Plain, really described Dr. Washington as working tirelessly to support the students on her caseload, as well as the entire 8th grade. And I will just say, when I walked in with Principal Plain to visit Dr. Washington, one of the things that was most evident to me is that 2 of the young men who she was doing direct work with, there were 3 young people at the table, 2 of the young men I learned, and Principal Plain can verify this, were actually iffy about coming to school. These were young men who were chronically absent previously, but when they connected with Dr. Washington, they have been regularly in school since. And when I asked them, and they were sitting there, and any of you like me who've taught middle school students know middle schoolers are the most real people on the face of the earth. And when I asked them, so is she really a good teacher? And they looked and said, oh yeah, she's the real thing. And so I just want to thank Dr. Washington, who got a little teary-eyed when we walked in, and it kind of makes those visits worth it. And then finally, Mr. Ron Davis, who teaches 6th grade math at Fort Worthington. He was nominated by Principal Nia Berry, and I had a chance to walk into his class. And one of the great parts about Mr. Davis is he not only has perfect attendance, and let's be clear, in spring, that is not necessarily the run, of course, but he continues to have perfect attendance as a 6th grade teacher. And on top of that, he runs the weekend math program, right? So Saturday school, and they have wonderful attendance, particularly because of Mr. Ron Davis. So I just wanted to shout out those 3 teachers whose principals nominated them, and it gave me joy to be able to actually appreciate them during the course of the week. Some of the kids thought that the teachers were going to be getting keys to a new car and the little gift bags, but we did have to keep it to gift cards. Congratulations and happy Teacher Appreciation Week. At our last meeting, I recognized a team from James McHenry Elementary Middle, 1st grader Anthony Forsyth and 2nd grader Keegan Nathaniel Wright, who were regional K-3 winners of the Toshiba National Science Teaching Association Explora Vision Science Competition. Before we invite them up, I'd like everybody to enjoy a video starring Anthony and Keegan, where they explain their product much better than I ever could. So we're going to hope that our technology is working this evening with our 2-minute video. Hey, looks like we got it. All right. And we will listen in.
They're the ones.
Anthony, I feel so sick from eating all of that cake. Yeah, but we can't just throw it all away. What if there's a way to save it for later? Freezing it would just make the taste and texture weird. How about we just look up new ways to freeze the cake? Good idea. In such as refrigeration, flash freezing, air sealing, and all of that stuff. Wasting your money and reducing food waste. It's the superhero you always been waiting for. We have leftovers. Step 1. Open up your no food waste. Then, step 2. Put your algae bowl inside of the flash freezer. Then step 3, make sure the plastic goes on top of the bowl so it can suck all the air. The liquid
onto the algae bowl while it's still. And step 4, make sure make sure that the blower is on. Yeah. Let's close it. Okay. Ta-da! The food is frozen. You need gloves to take it out. The chemicals that were used inside of this thing are really, really cold. We did it!
So if we could, let's all welcome Anthony Forsyth and Keegan Nathaniel Wright, along with Principal Danita Plain and their coach, Madhu Vijay Singha and Miss Sandy Adams, Chair of STEMX, who gathered the resources for our students to work on this project. Welcome. Share a little bit about what was fun, what you enjoyed about your project.
Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. What's your name?
My name is Keegan Wright, and I go to James McHenry. My name is Anthony, and I go to the BIA school.
What did you like about working on this project?
Flash. My favorite part about making the Instafreeze was the air sealing and the flash freezing instead of it.
Nice.
My favorite part was doing the flash freezing.
Flash. That sounds fun. Are there any board members who have questions for Anthony and Keegan? And then we'll hear from Principal Plain, their coach, and Ms. Adams.
What is your next invention?
Oh, Lord, there are a lot of those.
That's a hard one. That's a really hard one. You know, we don't know. Actually, I do.
I really like this one. Great.
I guess next will be an air powered laser.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Very neat.
I'm just really excited to see what that looks like. And I'm also curious when you were talking to your fellow students at school, like what did you tell them about your invention that you made? Did they like it? Did they have questions about it?
Nobody in my class had questions except for my teacher.
Just your teacher? Well, that's okay.
No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. She was the only one who had questions.
Well, I think this is pretty cool. I mean, to
The
take on the topic of like food waste, that's just a huge topic. And so I'm very proud that you guys took that on. It's really exciting. So the more you tell everybody at school about it in your neighborhood, that's how your inventions get known. So I encourage you to keep doing that and spreading the good word about the things that you're thinking about and putting into action. So congrats.
And I would like to add, I'm Sandy Adams. As far as the school, the principal and their instructor, I went to the school when they got their regional presentation from Toshiba, and it was unbelievable how the school turned out. I mean, the principal had it all set up. They came in, they were cheering for these kids. And she really explained to them the importance of this. And I just want to reiterate that this contest is a national contest. There are thousands of winners. There were 24 regional winners, only 6 K-3 regional winners. And in 30 years, there's never been a Baltimore City school represented at the regional level in this competition.
Want to know a fun fact?
I'd love a fun fact.
They never had anyone win for 20 years.
Wow. So you're a first.
Yep.
And I wanted to add, Anthony is actually in first grade, which is amazing, the amount of scientific knowledge and interest that he has, and our second grader, Keegan as well. And when they came up on stage and Principal Plain allowed the humongous auditorium full of students, specifically third and second grade students, to come and see their great endeavors, they were so excited to start a club at our school, STEM CX Club, where more second and third graders could continue to do these types of inventions and get interested in STEM. So this is just the beginning for us.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Well,
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to let the room know and everyone know we are extremely proud of this team. STEM is the way of the world. It's coming up. And so it's about exposing our young people to opportunities, to exposure, to things that can change the world. We like to call them change agents, and leaving their footprint on the world. And so this is a great start. They were excited. They put in the work. It's Teacher Appreciation Week, and I am going to pause because Ms. W was working around the clock on Saturdays, meeting with them after school, the families showing up. And so just thank you for your hard work and belief in our young people and providing them with this opportunity. We put it out there for our staff and asked any staff members who were interested in leading this club. And then we also offered it to our students. And so this was a great opportunity, and we are proud of them. We just got news that they did not win the national competition. However, they have opened the door for us, and we, as they said, Ms. W said, we are coming back, and we're coming back better next time, and we will be there next year in DC as national winners. And so I'm proud of both of you. Thank you to the families for all your support. Families, and you all stand up as well. Yes, you can stand up as well, big brother. You're proud of him. Thank you to the families as well. We know this is a partnership and we can't do it without you all. And thank you for everyone that came from JM to support our team. We are proud of them, and thank you to everyone.
Well, thank you again. Congratulations. And we would like to invite Anthony, Keegan, the James McHenry team, and family members up for a picture with the CEO and the board.
Nice. Intermission.
Superstars changing. Oh, I'll get hold the poster. There you go. Come on, y'all in the front right here.
There we go. Camera's right in front.
You can smile big. Thank you so much.
Hey, good job. Wonderful.
Thank you.
And then finally, just two final points. I want to remind everyone to register your students for City Schools Summer Learning Program.
For summer 2023, we are offering more than 20 unique partner and district-run programs for students across more than 45 sites, including robotics, Alvin Ailey Dance Camp, Sala Summer Arts and Learning Academy, just to name a few. In addition, 65 schools will be offering their own summer programs. New this year, our mini camps running Monday through Friday for 1 to 3 weeks with a focus on STEM, arts development, sports, and much more. In total, the district and our partners will have more than 20,000 seats available for our young people this summer. So please make sure your students don't miss out. And finally, on May 25th, we will have our annual Peace and Remembrance Day when we come together as a school community to acknowledge the deaths of our young people that we have lost to violence this year. And we really want to invite folks to attend. Many in our central office come, board, even in folks around the community. And it really is our way as a community to say that these young people's lives matter, that they were known, that they were part of us, and we want to acknowledge, celebrate their lives, and remind ourselves that violence that hits any part of our community, particularly our youngest members, is worthy of not just our attention, but frankly, our best and final push to make sure that our young people are safe. So I invite everyone to the Peace and Remembrance ceremony on May 25th. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. We will now hear a presentation from the Director of Legislative and Government Affairs, Dewana Starrett, on the 2023 legislative wrap-up.
Oh, it worked. Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam CEO, members of the school board. I'm Dewana Starrett, the Director of Legislative and Government Affairs, and this is the legislative wrap-up for the 2023 General Assembly session. This was the first fully in-person session since COVID-19 hit. This is the first time that we were in person with our newly elected officials, the new committee makeups, and our new governor. I also want to say before I start that I work in collaboration closely with Melissa Broom, who is the Director of Legislative Affairs for the CEO, and we have a very strong working relationship, and we work very well together, and we have a strong relationship with our delegation and those other members of the General Assembly. I just wanted to make sure that that was known, that this is a team and a partnership. So we have about 2,300 bills that we analyze over the course of the session. About 300 of those relate in some manner to education. And I will go over a little bit of the budget, of the operating capital budget, but not in detail, because this will be done by our budget office a little later tonight. But I wanted to give a snapshot. And I'll also talk about some bills that failed, but may be reintroduced next year. And I broke the presentation up into bills that the committees may be interested in. Not all committees will need to know everything that happened or need to be involved in those bills, but it gives them some idea of what has passed during the session that they may be interested in later. And there's also bills that require board action and the creation or modification of policies. So the quick snapshot of school funding. So there was about a little over $1 billion that we received from the state of Maryland. And in addition to that, the city of Baltimore is required to pay about $392 million in its local share. The state did give them some relief of about $10 million. We also received a $30 million hold harmless for city schools, and a hold harmless is something that is provided to school districts to ensure that they do not receive less than what they received the previous fiscal year. There was also, for the first year, what we call direct cert, where the state decided to, and it was a good idea, to match Medicaid data with student information so that it could find all those students that are in poverty and should qualify for free and reduced price meals. In doing that, they discovered there were 110,000 additional students across the state that should receive free and reduced price meals, and that was about $390 million, which was a great thing. Unfortunately, Baltimore City, because of the way we count poverty, did not receive any of that additional $390 million. And that rolls into the neighborhood indicators of poverty, which is unresolved. This is, as you know, Baltimore City is a a community eligibility provision district, which means that all our kids eat free, and we do not collect free and reduced price meal forms. So what we pushed for the last year, and we also work very closely with Senator Smith in our House delegation chair to introduce legislation to modify the way that we count poverty in the state, and it would be the neighborhood indicators of poverty. This is something where you use other information other than income. You look at education, you look at home ownership. It's something that's done in other states, and it gives a better snapshot other than income of poverty. Unfortunately, that bill did not pass. It had a very great bill hearing, but the leadership thought that we needed to have a little bit more modeling of the outcomes of that, of the neighborhood indicators of poverty, and that it may be something, well, it's definitely something that we want to revisit next year. We also got from, this is a provision that Chair McIntosh put in the capital budget as a prospective item that came to fruition this year, $5 million for our art classrooms. Our CIP, which is our capital improvement program from the school state school construction program. At the time of this, we had $46 million, which is about 90% of the allocation for the statewide school construction program. Additional allocations will be forthcoming this May, so this number I suspect will be higher. The Healthy Facility School Fund, that's a $90 million fund, and the Aging Schools Program, that's a $6 million fund statewide. And those two programs provide are grant programs that do not require matching like the CIP program. And the Healthy Facility School Fund lets people get grants up to $15 million to do things like temperature control, air conditioning, windows, heating. The Aging Schools Programs allows school districts to get grants that are for construction and renovation for those smaller projects that the CIP, that you would not qualify for or be eligible for in the CIP. Those two programs, I say, I also want to bring to your attention that they are going to end after 2024 because those monies are going to be rolled into the school construction program. Built to Learn, you know, the state passed a $2.2 billion program that we're using some of that money to renovate our high schools. There was an additional $447 million added this year. So the total was $1.7 billion, still not quite $2.2 billion, but it's getting there. Blueprint for Maryland's Future, there was modifications to that program. The funding in the budget, in the state budget, the governor gave an additional $400 million towards the program, and the General Assembly added an additional $500 million to the program. So it has increased it to $1.64 billion. Now, as you know, it should be about $3.84 billion per year over the next 10 years. So what is in the fund now for Blueprint for Maryland's Future gets us to 2026. We still haven't gotten the additional revenues to go the full 10 years yet. You'll see the item here, free and reduced price meal form collection. This again, we are a CEP district, and in the 2022-23 school year, we were supposed to start collecting free and reduced price meal forms, which we obviously did not. And they held off because they were waiting for the State Department to do its review of the Neighborhood Indicators of Poverty report, which it provided its final report in January of this year. And instead of modifying the way in which to to calculate free and reduced price meals, what the General Assembly decided to do was to allow the State Department of Education to adopt an alternative form to collect income and to allow jurisdictions the ability to comment on that form. There actually is no due date on when MSDE has to provide this form, but again, it gives us another opportunity, another bite at the apple to seek legislation next year to modify the way in which we count children for poverty. Also, they changed the definition of the tier 1 child. As you know, students that are at or below the 300% federal poverty level can are eligible for free publicly funded pre-K, 3 and 4-year-olds, and they added the homeless student as a tier 1 child. Blueprint coordinators, this is something that the Blueprint bill mandated, and with all of the legal and policy changes that appear in the Blueprint, that every jurisdiction has to have a Blueprint coordinator. This year, they decided, like they did with the community schools coordinator, that the state should provide some funding to help with the salaries and benefits. So they put enough money in to cover $150,000 for salary and benefits. It's wealth equalized, which means that poor jurisdictions will get more money from the state than some of our richer counterparts. So here are some of the local issues. As we all know, Senate Bill 31 and House Bill 153, which is the Baltimore City School Board student member bill. It passed this year, and I don't expect that it will be vetoed. And this increases the voting. It increases the items that the student commissioner can vote on. And also within that bill, there is a task force that the mayor has to staff that looks at compensation for board members, because as you all know very well, you do not receive any compensation at all. And it's almost a full-time job, if not more than a full-time job. And it also will look at the possibility of adding another student member. And this will definitely require some policy modifications. So that's why I put the Board Committee of Policy, especially in our B series, the BBAB, which is specific to the student member authority. So we will have to bring forth some changes, and the student will have to start filling out the financial disclosures as well. While this next one is not actually a bill, it was just an item that was placed in the budget. As we all know that there's been issues with MTA transporting our students, so they are requiring that MTA complete a study of its transporting of public school students, and they withheld $250,000 of MTA's funding until they received that study. And I thought, well, it's not something the Operation Committee has to do, but it's something that I think you might want to be aware of. Athletic stadiums, in addition to the issues we have with many of our school buildings, there are issues with many athletic stadiums across the state for the school athletic stadiums. And so the IAC must complete an assessment statewide looking at the condition of those athletic stadiums. Also, each district gets what I call earmarks for their members. And this is money that they can provide as grants to certain organizations. So you see here, we have two Kaboom playgrounds at Curtis Bay and Johnston Square, and a couple of our charter schools have gotten, Hampstead Hill and Willie Mae Carroll Jackson's have gotten funding, and Heart of America Foundation for Dickey Hill for their auditorium. And this is not money that comes to the school system. This is money that flows directly to that nonprofit. So some of the other bills that are importance is dealing with teacher retention. So we had the Maryland Educator Shortage Reduction Act, which was like a major bill for the governor this year. This bill sets forth a pilot program to encourage college students to pursue the teaching profession. And what's also important in this bill is that we wanted, and we also work with, I'm glad, with President Brown from the Teachers Union, to see about the paraprofessionals for pre-K. We wanted to have it so that they were not required to pass a CDA or it's called a Child Development Associate's degree, that they could, instead of doing that, have 10 years of experience in lieu of getting that CDA. That language was added, but toward the end of session, it was removed. And what they did was they moved or deferred the credentialing to 2027 to 2028. It was supposed to go in effect in the 2025-2026 school year. And they said to us they did that because they believe that they want to have a broader look at all of the pre-K, all of the pre-K requirements that the blueprint has. And so they didn't want to just take it piecemeal. Virtual education, this is another one that the board will actually have to adopt a policy. The board by January 1 of 2024 has to adopt a policy on any virtual education plan for a prolonged state of emergency. As you know, that grew out of the pandemic issues. And then also it authorizes each school board to establish one virtual education school in the elementary, middle, and high school grade bands. A few things from special education. When decisions are made and parents decide to appeal a decision regarding the services that a child receives, they can go to the courts. And this bill will allow, if the parent prevails, the court to award reasonable attorney fees and expert witness fees. Another one is the Teacher Pay Parity Act. This requires that those students that we sometimes send to non-public schools because we cannot provide the appropriate education for them. So we send them to a non-public school and we do pay the tuition. But this bill says that since they're going to this non-public school, that the teachers at those non-public schools should have the same salary as the teachers at the public schools. And they said that local boards of education must provide that differential. But it's not money that comes out of the school board budget. It's money that the city and the state would have to provide to the school board to make up for that discrepancy in pay. What we also will have are issues with figuring out the experience, expertise, and credentialing to make sure that it aligns when we do make payments. Commissioner
Can I
Reed?
ask a question, Madam Chair? How complicated is that?
Yeah, it's not, it's gonna be complicated. It's gonna be a lot of hard work to look at the credentials and the expertise and the experience and have that put in the budget. It's gonna be a heavy lift.
And that would change the salary dynamic in every school that has
The non-public school.
yeah, but I mean, it would change the dynamic in that school because it would change the dynamic of teacher's salary, right?
Yeah, the teachers in the non-public
Right.
school would, yeah, those salaries
So
would
it'd be like, it's almost like a daisy chain. It would just keep getting bigger and bigger. Okay, all right.
Well, yeah, believe me, we explained this and there were reasons that they said that the students are public school students for the vast majority. And so the teachers that are teaching should receive the same pay. We had all court press with May, Pazam, both us, all of my colleagues across the state to push back on this.
So I know,
Well, the presumption is that those are certified teachers who are certified in special ed.
Yes, they would have to have all the credentials, the proper credentials to get the same salaries, the same, yes. And they should be certified.
They should be certified.
They should be
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm just trying to figure out the downside of children with special needs getting adequate teaching from adequate teachers.
They should be certified. I'll say that. They should
Yes,
be.
they should
Yes,
be. I
they should
agree.
be.
and then my dovetail question, it sets it up really nicely. My question is thinking a little bit about the federal requirements that makes available training and services for educators and non-public schools. Like, would that create an even stronger relationship? Or this is purely speculation because of the training opportunities that are afforded to teachers and educators in non-public schools that are offered by public education agencies. So there's something for us to think about if that actually does go forward. What does that mean for city schools if they start to request more professional development for those educators?
I understand. Yeah, that wasn't addressed in this, but yes, that's a good point.
Because it dovetails with the federal requirements.
Absolutely. The other is that there's a task force that MABE has to appoint a member from Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Montgomery County to look at non-public student bus transportation. So they want to see how public transportation is provided to non-public students, those outside of special education placements, because apparently there are some jurisdictions that provide bus transportation to non-public students. For student health, this is another policy that the board will have to create. It's a policy that would require that we reduce the risk of any anaphylactic food allergens in the classroom. School boards are encouraged to have this policy in place by the upcoming school year, 24-25, but must have it in place by the 23-24 school year, but must have it in place by the 24-25 school year. And it's going to be hard to put it in place by the 23-24 school year because the guidelines that are supposed to be put forth by MSCE and MDH, which is the Maryland Department of Health, aren't even required to be provided until August of this year.
So this would be things like snacks, since we're talking about at the classroom level. So this could affect snacks that are distributed to children.
Right, or things in the cafeteria that could be around, the snack machine.
A wide range.
A wide range, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Dental services, we know how important dental services are, and this bill again requires that we provide notice of dental screening at specified ages, beginning in the upcoming school year. And this again could be a policy. This again could be something that is a regulation that the school system puts forth on its own, but you should be aware and make that decision. School safety, HB1 got a lot of media attention this year because this is the bill that that removes the statute of limitations on child sex abuse. And the reason I put this in here is because the liability for school systems and local governments has increased to $890,000. For other incidents, it's, I believe, $400,000. So this is more than doubled. I just wanted you to be aware of that. And also Title IX, Title IX is to prevent sexual and gender discrimination. And this requires that each public school has to inform students, staff, and parents who the Title IX coordinator is and how to file a claim. Again, that could be a policy, that could be a regulation, or that could be just something that's put in the student handbook, but you should be aware of it. Some of the miscellaneous items, which is a feel-good bill, which is great that the governor put $500,000 in for local school systems to have field trips to cultural establishments such as the Reginald F. Lewis Museum, the Holocaust Museum. This was a very good thing. P-TECH, Pathways in Technology Early Education. Baltimore City had the first P-TECH schools. This will allow those students that meet all the high school graduation requirements to get their high school diploma. Because right now, in the way it's set up, you have to complete the entire program before you get the high school diploma and your 2-year associate degree. The funny thing is, I remember when this bill passed years ago and that whole debate about should kids get their high school diplomas, they said, oh no, they shouldn't, because you want to make them finish the program. So it's been full circle. Another one is a pre-K program. There is a pre-kindergarten expansion grant that the state provides. It's a competitive grant, and this allows Montessori schools to participate. And I think the Montessori schools had trouble being eligible for the grants because there's certain criteria about class size that they didn't meet. And so this authorizes it. And I put this there because we have a Montessori charter school. So this is something that they would be very interested in. Some things of note, the House Bill 636, that denies inspection of email addresses and telephone numbers of students. Cannabis reform, you might say, why is cannabis reform on here? But there's a little blurb in the cannabis bill that says that dispensaries cannot be within 500 feet of a school, but it can be waived by your local government. But right now, it shouldn't be 500 feet from a school. The Maryland Longitudinal Data System, this is the Maryland system that collects all data about students. And what they did is they modified one of the data collections to ensure that they add the special education disability that a student has. That was one thing that was missing. The Public Employees Relation Act, this consolidates, and I want to make sure I get all of them. This consolidates the Public School Relations Board, the State Higher Education Board, and the State Labor Relations Board into one board. So there is now just one entity that oversees all of these appeals, collective bargaining appeals. And the Fair Wage Act of 2023, I put this on here because it accelerates the $15 minimum wage to start in January of 2024. And just a couple bills that may be introduced that failed. The Special Education Due Process Burden of Proof bill. As you know, when a moving party files a complaint, they are the entity that has the proof, has the burden of proof. A lot of bills have come in that would change that and have the school systems or any organization be the entity that has the burden of proof, even though they're not the moving party. So that is not consistent with law. And so each year this bill comes in and it has failed. But this year it got a little closer. So I think this is something that's going to show up again next year. Financial literacy, that's a big issue, whether it's a graduation requirement or just a standalone course. As I mentioned to this body before, and also the General Assembly, the reason that it does fail is because the financial literacy can be a standalone course, can be a graduation requirement. You don't need state law to do it. Each jurisdiction is allowed to do it on its own. And so with that, that's the highlights.
Thank you, Dewana. I had a question. And I forget if it was under bills that failed, just the previous slide regarding the longitudinal data system. Okay, so it didn't fail. I was just curious, and maybe this is another story for another time because it's in the weeds, but how did the longitudinal data system get around HIPAA in terms of, identifying the students with special needs or with, disability?
Yeah, I think it's well, certain information you are legally allowed to collect.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's specific identifying to that specific child. I think it's a aggregate number and information.
Okay. Again,
but I can also check just to make sure because I don't want to give wrong information.
No worries.
But I believe that's what it is.
No worries. I was just curious. Thank you.
Any other questions for Dewana?
I just have a comment. Do you, having been there, find that this may not be a settled sort of direction and things that will be changing over the next 2 years? And so therefore, these bills that may be reintroduced, are they on the slate because you see a positive move forward on them?
I don't know necessarily if they will move forward. I think, for example, financial literacy, I think it'll keep being introduced. But I think even in this body, which I was concerned about, that they would change.
Right.
But they said that they understand that each jurisdiction can do it on its own. So I don't necessarily think that will change. The due process one, I think, may change because, like I said, it got even closer to passage this year than it's ever before because we have change in leadership.
Right.
And we have change in our committee structure. And so, yes, I think financial literacy might not make it, but due process burden of proof may.
Okay, thank you.
For the school board commission bill, like I know a lot of the components of it take effect July 1st. Do we have any timeline mapped out yet? And also, I know part of that like may take place like in the mayor's office. So to make sure that the decision made by that commission is timely, because I believe it's next year, at least in past years, it's been, I believe they have to make a determination almost like a year from when it's like implemented. Yeah.
We, Commissioner Roberts and Commissioner McFadden have been meeting with ASCBC. We had our first big meeting last week to talk about how we would like to see the, moving forward, how we would like to see the student commissioner take effect and what we would need to do, because as you know, Commissioner Katz Godsby is graduating, and so he has to be an enrolled student. So we talked with ASCBC to figure out how we could move forward so we would continue to have a student board member. We also talked about the election process and what that would look like and when that would take place. And it's being discussed right now. So we don't have any final decisions. I'm sure Commissioner Roberts and Commissioner McFadden will bring all that information back to the board once we've mapped something out. And as far as the mayor's office, yes, they have about a year, and I don't remember offhand exactly the date, but there is a date in legislation where they have to have a report.
Yeah, I guess like my focus is kind of like on the different people that have to be appointed to that commission. Because I know there's a lot of different people that
It has to
appoint.
be the chair of the board, there has to be a mayor's rep. Yes, there's different people that have. The mayor's office is supposed to staff that.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyd?
Yeah, just this is more of a comment than a question on any one of these, but having been the board member on the legislative committee with me, I just want to say thank you for Duana for all of your work throughout the whole session. It is a lot, and the 400 some bills that were being actively tracked by you and the tracker and just sort of keeping tabs on them, and the sudden changes for a few of them this session that was particularly topsy-turvy. Just want to say thank you for all the work that you put in and keeping the full board informed.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much.
I just want to know what's most concerning you. We had a litany of things that went through, but in terms of what's from your seat, what do you see as most concerning and the board should pay specific attention to?
I think the neighborhood indicators of poverty, because that's going to mean a lot to this board and to the school system next year. So I think we really need to work hard on that and convince some of our leaders in the state of Maryland that we really need to work that out. I think that is the biggest, and I would say top 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for next year.
All right, thank you, everybody, and thank you,
Commissioner
Duana.
Board Chair, Commissioner Katz-Ogbie.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, y'all have to help me. I didn't see that. Thank you, Commissioner Katz-Ogbie.
Yeah, so I really quickly wanted to shout out all of the great work that everyone has been doing on trying to figure out the student commissioner process for next year. And a valiant effort on pronouncing my name. And I would also like to highlight some of the hypocrisy that I see in a lot of these bills that have been passed, where as we've seen like a lot of very good regulation, like things to try to increase equity. Also, we've seen a lot of the burden of private education being put onto the city school system, a system that is already so overstrained and underfunded that now we're seeing us having to mop up and bail out private education in things like transportation and providing adequate, like paying their special educators enough, when like in actuality, this should be stuff that if we are going to have a private sector for education, they should be able to do on their own. We should not be having to pay, the taxpayers should not be having to pay for a very wealthy minority of people to send their children to private schools. Like, I think that that's something that is really concerning to me, especially when like for private schools, at least in Baltimore City, they have private coach systems that take around and pick up children to take them to school every day. And now we are being expected to provide public transport to them when they already have enough money to rent out their own buses to take their children separate from all of the other children who need public transportation to schools, to their own schools. Like, it's just ridiculous. And like, as someone who's had to deal with sort of the nightmare of the underfunded mess that is the Baltimore public transportation system to get to school every day, it's ridiculous now that after seeing like all of these like private schools shuttles carrying county kids to private schools in the city, like have to come and then say that like now actually my tax dollars are also going to go to like make sure that like the 3 private school children who want to take public transport on MTA buses don't have to pay for that. And that's ridiculous to me. Sorry, I know that I sometimes I don't, it's not a bad thing that some people choose to go to private schools. I just feel like it shouldn't be us who are paying for it. And it also shouldn't be unnoticed that the people who are making these decisions on like the Maryland state representative are also disproportionately the people who are wealthier and the people who are sending their children and can afford to send their children to these sort of schools.
Commissioner, you had a lot of head nods in the room and a couple of comments like, oh, we're gonna miss Quinn. So thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. I think that's everybody. So thank you again, Dewana, for the presentation.
Yeah.
I want to now go through our consent agenda. So colleagues, please let me know if you would like an item removed and state your question for the staff. I am going to be pulling item 8.03 for presentation. That's the 23-24 budget. Item 8.01, gifts and donations. Can you all help me on the screen too? Thank you. 8.02, supplemental appropriation, Furley Elementary. 11.01, Ginkgo Bioworks. 12.01, Legends of Learning. 12.02, Studies Weekly, Social Studies. 12.03, Young Audiences of Maryland. 12.04, the Ingenuity Project.
Please, Paul.
Okay, and your question?
I guess I would like them to just educate us about the successes and possible expansion. Because I think when I came on the board, I think it was one high school and two middle schools. I don't know about the vision thing. And also pull 1205 too. I'd like to pull that.
12.05 Springboard Collaborative. You want to pull that too?
And that's definitely about collaboration, the vision thing, and expectations, because it's 35 schools, $23 million. So I'd like to get smart in terms of what we're doing.
Okay. Does the staff understand those questions, and do you need the commissioner to restate? Okay, you guys are good. Awesome, thank you. 12.06 classroom materials. 12.07 school specialty. 12.08 Heggerty phonemic awareness. And 15.01 Office Depot. Okay. We will now move into public comment. Speakers from recognized groups will have the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. First, we have Zach Taylor representing the Baltimore Teachers Union.
Hi, good evening. Considering our current negotiations, BTU tonight would like to share some matters that we haven't heard the board discuss or consider in depth this year, and we look forward to your engagement on this. As you know, it's been a very challenging year for many reasons, and with increased student needs at the same time that we've had historically high staff vacancies, it's important to underscore this week, Teacher Appreciation Week, that appreciating teachers means more than providing structures and resources that we need to be successful with students. It means providing those and addressing vacancies to ensure that every classroom has a teacher. Every day this spring, BTU is taking calls and meeting with educators who are considering leaving due to increased stress, due to the lack of supportive structures like reasonable planning time, and because they can make more money elsewhere, oftentimes in nearby districts. On social media, again, every day we're having city schools teachers sharing job postings for other nearby districts, noting higher wages or better working conditions. According to the most recent data the districts provided us at the BTU, we have 400 vacancies of existing positions, and this creates tremendous strains on teachers, obviously poor learning environments for students, and we're worried about how this could snowball next year. And this isn't just a new educator concern. Many veteran city schools teachers are considering taking jobs in neighboring districts where they can end their careers then with higher salaries. So for these reasons, we're calling on city schools to increase the starting salaries and then have commensurate increases for veteran teachers. We want the starting salary to be $60,000. And as I'll speak to in a second, you'll see this number is not out of line with nearby districts. This spring and summer, city schools faces the most competitive hiring process it has ever faced, arguably. And the overall labor market is very challenging for employers that aren't keeping up with inflation. And as we just saw in last week's jobs data, unemployment is at a lowest it's been since 1969. And with the influx of Kerwin money, and I know you all know this, we have many more positions than we've ever had before. And we see this happening in other districts as well. On top of all of this, recently, MSDE has given reports just noting higher turnover in Maryland, particular and unique to Maryland, due to insufficient salaries, due to increased stress, crushing workloads, and a lack of autonomy. And we know that the needs and unique challenges are much greater here in city schools than some of the districts around us. So to compete and overcome these challenges, city schools has to stand out with how we're retaining and attracting teachers. Fortunately, this increased Kerwin money provides us the resources to do that. The challenge is other districts are doing this too. Montgomery County Schools is on track to pay their starting teachers $60,000 next year. Howard County has already agreed to pay their teachers, starting teachers, $58,000 plus next year. The superintendent of Baltimore County just announced that he wants starting teacher salary to be $59,000 next year. Prince George's County is actively recruiting away our veteran teachers. They removed the salary cap for placing teachers. So no longer, if you have 20 years of experience, well, you get capped out at 10 years of credit. We have teachers who are leaving because they're in their 25th year here and they can finish their career there making $8,000 or $10,000 more dollars. We need to be taking action to retain these teachers. These other school systems also have more supportive environments and more structures. In Baltimore City, we have the least amount of guaranteed planning time in the state. We have elementary school teachers who do not get a guaranteed planning period every day. Think about that. We're the only school system like that in Maryland. There is not a guaranteed planning period every day. So for all these reasons, we look forward to engaging with the board during negotiations. We have an opportunity to right these wrongs and make sure that city schools is competitive when recruiting and retaining teachers. There are other items that city schools can do to provide resources for planning time. City schools is the only one of the large districts in Maryland where we don't currently receive compensation when we go in and substitute for a vacant class. Every other place provides compensation. We don't provide compensation there. And so these are some of the levers that teachers are facing when considering, do I stay or do I go? We have teachers who want to stay. They just want working conditions that allow them to be successful. We need compensation that matches our competitors. And we look forward to working together with our school board to come to an agreement and move forward to provide our students what they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Next, we have Rachel Duncan representing the Parent Community Advisory Board.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Duncan, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Parent and Community Advisory Board regarding policy FCA closing of schools. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. This is actually the fourth time since February of last year that PCAB has given testimony to the school board regarding this policy. We do thank the district for incorporating many of PCAB's requests into the community engagement process outlined in the policy. And we are relieved to see that for the first time tonight, the district has also included an impact reporting requirement into the policy in Section 6 compliance. It's a short section. It states, after a school closes and as soon as data is available, the CEO shall report to the board at least 3 years of qualitative and quantitative data on the impacts of school transitions at receiving schools. To the extent that data is available, these reports will be submitted to the board by June 30th of each year. PCAB believes it is Baltimore City Schools' responsibility to collect and analyze data on the outcomes experienced by students who are forced to transfer due to school closure. PCAB has the following feedback and requests related to the compliance report requirement in the policy. Number one, the requirement as it's written is to report data on the impact of school transitions at receiving schools. The data should measure the impact of school transitions on the students who are forced to transfer, not on the receiving school itself. A rewrite is needed to make that clear. Number two, the compliance requirement added to the policy requires reporting only to the extent that data is available. and we hope that this clause does not excuse the district from its responsibility to collect the data necessary to measure impact. Number 3, the proposed compliance requirement says the CEO shall report qualitative and quantitative data without specifying what sort of qualitative and quantitative data. In this very same policy, FCA Section 4, Implementation Strategies for School Closure Recommendations, the policy explicitly names many different types of data, such as state assessment data, that may be taken into consideration when deciding to close a school. Why can't the policy also call out data like this for student sample populations that could be taken into consideration in measuring the impact of that school's closure in the compliance section? Lastly, the compliance requirement specifies at least 3 years of data, which is fine as a minimum, but we would like the policy to be clearer in an intention for collecting and analyzing longitudinal data, at least through high school. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Next, we have Brianna Burnett representing the Associated Student Congress for Baltimore City.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brianna Burnett. I'm a senior at Baltimore City College and secretary of the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City. I also serve as an ad hoc member of City College's SGA, currently serving on the Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee. We would first like to celebrate the passage of critical legislation, Senate Bill 31, notable reform which grants the student commissioner additional voting powers on the board and enshrines the position as one which is elected by high school students in the district. This was a tremendous achievement, of which could not be accomplished without the tireless gains in student organizing strength, as well as the collaboration and insight of many over several months. While we are thrilled by Senate Bill 31, there are lingering concerns with other affairs. Regarding school closure policy FCA, ASCBC has met with the Office of New Initiatives and looks forward to further discussions at our next executive board meetings. We would like to greatly emphasize the importance of ensuring a student representative is present on every transition committee. Although proposed changes to FCA involve and provide opportunities for the engagement of middle and high school students, the engagement of younger student voices also affected by this policy, elementary students, remain startlingly absent. Younger individuals have an incredible, often underestimated passion for organizing and leadership, in part evidenced by the many voices present at our General Assembly held in March, in which we held organizing sessions and gathered input from student leaders across the district. During the assembly, we spoke to many younger voices, some as young as 11, that were immensely passionate about student leadership and expressed a desire for more opportunities to critically engage with relevant processes and make change. Many felt that their ages were an excessively limiting factor in their communities and were discouraged by the oversight of some administrators. Given that policy FCA details a process that also impacts elementary schools in the district, we believe that passionate student leaders of all ages deserve to have their voices heard in this process. Additionally, we believe it is paramount that representatives from the City of Baltimore attend public engagement sessions, evaluating the effects of any closure through a principally student-oriented lens. These public consultations provide incredibly important opportunities for both student and parent insight, particularly concerning processes with the potential to disrupt learning. My high school, City College, is one of many affected by the 21st Century Schools program, with upcoming renovations meaning that a transition to temporary learning spaces will occur in 2024. Many students and staff are understandably concerned about the upcoming transition, but appreciate the community meeting and engagement sessions concerning this program that occurred in October of last year. Still, some students feel as though a greater communication is of the utmost importance. Ultimately, the significance of hearings concerning decisions that may disrupt learning and inform educational outcomes, and the involvement of city, district, and public parties cannot be overstated. We would also like to recognize and show our appreciation for the Office of Legal Counsel and their engagement concerning policy KIB, initially adopted in 2017, seeking to ensure the district's commitment to fostering and maintaining a safe environment for students. The Office of Legal Counsel proposed meaningful, thoughtful revisions that centered the many reasonable concerns of students, parents, and staff. After our initial feedback, they took the opportunity to discuss ASCB's questions concerning KIB, including clarifications of Maryland law, circumstances of registrant removal, district transfer approach, and juvenile privacy concerns. We would like to thank the office for their attentive engagement with ASCBC regarding this issue. ASCBC greatly appreciates the many strides made in engaging students, parents, and organizing leaders while recognizing the importance of hearing all voices affected by district policy. The progress we've made so far has been incredible, momentum we hope to carry forward in alliance with the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Burnett. I'll turn it over now to our administrative assistant for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Richardson. First up, we have Rebecca Yanawine with a video.
Jessica, we don't have any sound.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Yenowin, and I'm speaking to you as a part of Teachers Democracy Project. I realized as I prepared to write this testimony tonight about school closings, I started to have deja vu. I looked back, and in my documents, I found that in 2021, I wrote a very similar set of recommendations about school closures. But here we are again. The content of this testimony is pretty much exactly what I said 2 years ago. We know that the capital budget is inadequate to support city school facilities and that the state is at fault for the pervasive underfunding of city schools. Even with Kerwin funds and modifications to the process for requesting funds for maintenance, we are still battling a history of this inequitable investment. We're all clear on that. We also know from the research that students affected by school closures are disproportionately the most vulnerable, low income, likely to have lived in many different locations, likely to have repeated a grade, and more likely to receive special education services. Students often end up in schools that are no better academically than the schools they came from. Only a small percentage end up in top-tier schools. Students in schools facing closure experience a drop in performance in the year prior to moving. We need a system of accountability to ensure that the fate of children attending the consolidated schools is significantly better than those that they faced at their old school. We need a follow-up process and system of accountability to determine whether children are landing in a better situation and not harmed. Currently, there is no systematic way of making sure that this is the case. Communities where schools are closed deserve an honest and open assessment of the impact on their children. We would like to see the district track the kids in these closing schools and consider both the good and the harm that results. Do they get better access to better services? Is there a sense of connectedness between parents and teachers that is maintained? How well are the students achieving academically? How is student attendance in comparison to before the closure? What happened to the teachers? How many of them left the profession altogether? And if things are not improved as a result of the closure, what is the remedy? Given that we've met the state guidelines for school closings that were required under the 21st Century Building Plan, additional closures seem to be much more at our discretion now. Though I'm positive no one likes closing a school, we need to know if the hopes for better conditions and opportunities in this process actually pan out. Moreover, do we have a sense of the right number of buildings for our population and then a plan to make sure the buildings we need are functional? Without this vision, each closure is just a painful affront to the communities served by the school without the assurance that the pain was in any way worth it. Thanks so much for your time.
Next, we have a video from Melissa Schober.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Schober, and although I'm a member of PCAB, I'm testifying tonight in a personal capacity. In 2015, the board authorized nearly $500,000 in 2 contracts, one to AVI Analytics for enrollment modeling, and the other to DeJong Richter for a rezoning feasibility analysis. Post-award, the scope of AVI's contract changed, and its work shifted to support the entrance criteria workgroup. What exactly AVI did is unclear. The little I have obtained via MPIA is largely unusable, as more than 50 of the 70-odd slides look like this. 2 years later, in 2017, the then CAO presented to the policy committee. His memo inextricably linked our school choice policy to school closure, describing a process in which students who do not qualify for the entrance criteria schools, quote, forces them to be placed in lower performing schools, close quote, and that such schools become ripe targets for closure. The repeated justification for closure is that to leave students in under-enrolled, underperforming schools is educational neglect. But your own contracts and memos demonstrate that under-enrollment and poor performance is driven in part by your policies of your own making, policies that inequitably and unrelentingly track students. Apart from policy, your own CEFMP shows the assertion that closure will transfer students to healthier buildings and more rigorous academic environments is not always true. And the idea that students must leave their neighborhoods to receive arts education, an outcome of closure highlighted by staff in earlier presentations, is appalling. No child and no family should be thankful that they have to leave their own neighborhood to get instruction that is already required by COMAR 13A 0416. The line is that school closure is a regrettable necessity with pain now for improvement later. Given that dozens of closures have occurred over the past years, where is the data to support this assertion? Arguments that we can't conduct such analyses because the definition of chronic absence changed or state tests changed do not hold water. Apart from longitudinal data, NEEP, for example, and statistical approaches, we have only vague promises for future transparent reporting. Rather than amend FCA as is proposed, I call upon this body to suspend the policy until such time as it first addresses its role in perpetuating school closure through 1, its maintenance of an inequitable school choice policy, and 2, a largely moribund rezoning policy relied upon only to force students to transfer upon school closure, but never to comprehensively redraw attendance zones. No school in Baltimore should close until and unless this body can confidently share data that closing a school will help more than it harms. Thank you.
Next, we will have written testimony read by Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you, Jessica. This comment was submitted by Jessica Schiller. The topic is school closings policy. Good evening. I write as a parent, PCAB member, and as a researcher. I have studied school closures for a long time now, and one thing is clear. School closings is not a strategy unique to Baltimore, but one that is targeted towards poor, Black, and brown urban communities nationwide. The closings have been justified by claims of district budget shortfalls, declining enrollment, and poor academic performance. Yet these assertions rest on faulty assumptions that closing schools will improve the academic achievement of urban youth. We know that mobility affects the academic achievement of students, and closing schools encourages mobility by definition. Consequently, as research has shown, closing schools increases the chances of poor academic outcomes. Researchers have found that students attending closing schools do not do any better in their new schools than they did in their previous closed schools. A study by Philadelphia's Research for Action explains that this is because the students attending the closing schools would likely not attend schools any better than the ones they had attended. That conclusion was confirmed in the Chicago study by the Chicago Consortium for School Research, which found that students that attended closing schools, which were mainly Black and poor, ended up enrolling in weaker schools after their schools closed because their priority was finding a school within close proximity. I don't know how to say it. Thank you. To their home. There are other deleterious effects of school closures. It results in the loss of peer connections, children's decreased trust and confidence in their school futures, and a dismantling of informal but tailored pedagogical studies. Hence, thank you. Listen, I'm struggling over here. Okay, thank you. Help me. Hence, school closure is a method to manage fiscal constraints, actually runs contrary to their own goal of raising student and school performance. I'm encouraged to hear that the district will study what happens to students after school closure. Once that study is done, the data needs to be made public, not just reported to the board. Perhaps the district will find different answers than those in Philadelphia and Chicago. But if you don't, I urge you to put a moratorium on school closing, considering the harm far outweighs the good for children. Submitted by Jessica Schiller. I give it back to you, Madam Chair.
There were more.
We have another in-person comment by Robert Miller.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment real quick. Like respectfully, can we just keep like the side chatter to a minimum? Because I'm having a hard time hearing. Yeah, like the chatter that happens like during public testimony, it's like distracting. So I was just asking like respectfully if we could keep it to a minimum.
You mean when she was stumbling over the words?
No. Not the reading, no. Like during the public testimony when the video was playing, there's like other conversations and there's
Part of it is because we don't text anymore, which is what cuts down on it. If there's a clarification, that's how we do it, so that there's not talking prior to that. Text, make sure that we can keep it down now that we can't.
Yeah.
But there are things that surface and there's background information prompted by public testimony. That is why. So just wanted to add that context, or can clearly connect and do that. And we can certainly, we absolutely should. We'll work to be respectful, but I also think it's important. Like, yeah. Previously, we would text.
Yeah.
Never do that. That was considered disrespectful. And because then, but some point, there is, we got to find a way to be.
Yeah, and I think we do a good job, like when staff and experts like testify, we're like, I feel like, at least from my perspective, like we're more engaged. So just the same courtesy that we would show staff and people internally, like I would like for the people that take time for public testimony to be heard.
All right, thank you. That's noted. I want to give respect to our speaker. Go ahead, sir.
Mic is on. Just press that. Yeah. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. On April 13th, a front page article in the Baltimore Sun stated the BCPS has until September 2024 to spend $390 million on expanded enrichment, academic opportunities, and professional development. Meanwhile, Baltimore City is the only public school district in Maryland where students in grades 5 through 12 cannot take for granted the opportunity to participate in a curricular school band or orchestra program. In fact, less than 15% of BCPS schools offer even one of those opportunities. If BCPS does not spend a small percentage of that $390 million to remedy this, it will miss a tremendous chance to help close the opportunity gap for its students. Legitimately, there are teacher shortages in these areas, and the problem is exacerbated because the school system can't tell potential teacher candidates what they can expect if they teach here. For example, the city's instrumental music programs come and go at the whim or transfer of a principal. There is no staffing or scheduling consistency, structure, or accountability. Why would a serious instrumental music teacher want to teach in most city schools? Centralized leadership is essential. As demonstrated by the lack of adherence to last year's budget guidance, anything other than a centralized structure is fundamentally ineffective. Of course, staffing requires sustainable funding, much of which can come from blueprint money. But the $390 million probably referred to ESSER funds, and this could be used to purchase musical instruments, minimizing the need to use other funding sources in subsequent years. If BCPS actually wants students to have the opportunities to participate in bands and orchestras, it should develop concrete plans for staffing, facilities, and schedules with the goal of full opportunity equity as soon as possible. Meanwhile, it should purchase the instruments and equipment for the programs before the $390 million runs out. About 2% of that money, overseen by the Fine Arts Department, would provide a wonderful foundation. Band and orchestra participation can provide transformative benefits to students, such as the chance to develop their musical talents, opportunities to pursue related careers and scholarships, enhanced feelings of belonging and self-esteem, self-discipline, support for other academic areas, and many others that can lead to more fulfilling lives. There are good reasons that every other district spends money on these programs, and it has been far too long that city students have been deprived of them. Please make a commitment to provide instrumental music programs for city students. Please insist on plans for their staffing and scheduling, and please use this unique opportunity to purchase instruments and equipment before the money runs out. You can make a huge positive difference in the lives of thousands of students and in Baltimore's culture in perpetuity, and now is the time. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Next, we have a virtual comment from Justin Cuke.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to share. I am a parent of 2 daughters at Baltimore International Academy and a foster daughter at Govans Elementary. And last summer, my oldest daughter loved her experience at Great Kids Farm Camp. So we were very excited to sign up not only her, but our younger daughter and our foster daughter for this summer. Unfortunately, when we went to Infinite Campus, that opportunity was not available to us. The reason is they're charter school students. Although Dr. Santelises is right that there are a lot of amazing opportunities this summer and 20,000 seats available, they're closed for 14% of Baltimore City students because almost every program is closed to charter schools. I was informed that the reason this is the ESSER funds are being used for the summer, and charter schools already received their ESSER funds. But I was also informed that charter schools were not given an opportunity to opt in, nor have parents been given any opportunity to opt in. I would gladly pay a fee, and there could be creative solutions like a sliding fee for parents who can't afford to pay for these programs. My daughter's dream is to own a farm, and this fits right in with their passions, but the door is being closed in their face. I would also like to address one of the commissioners' question, the impact of the Ingenuity Project. I teach for the Ingenuity Project. We have a rising 5th grade STEM academy that's going to serve 430 students. Unfortunately, it's close to 14% of the student body. That's the district's choice, not our choice. On a related note, I'm mostly talking about summer program, but I do find it ironic that on a day where a student from James McHenry, where the Ingenuity Project is having a very positive effect, was celebrated, a commissioner is questioning the impact of the Ingenuity Project. But I'd like to get back to the summer programming, and specifically Great Kids Farm. Great Kids Farm is not just funded by ESSER funds. It's funded by private donations, corporate donations, foundations, thousands of hours of volunteer labor. How would those people feel if they knew that 14% of Baltimore students did not have access to this program? In a meeting where equity has been invoked many times, I find it amazing that city schools would design a summer school program that's not even available to 14% of their students. Charter school students are our students. They will go to traditional high schools most likely. They are all our students and they deserve to have these opportunities this summer. So I know it's late in the game, but I would encourage the board and the staff to consider some creative solutions to open up these opportunities for all of our students. Thank you for your consideration.
That concludes public comment. I'll pass it back to you, Chair Richardson.
Sorry. Thank you. I want to go to our pulled items. We pulled item 12.04.
I have my hand up.
Say that. Who's that?
This is
Oh,
Commissioner
okay.
Brooks.
Okay, yes.
So I just wanted to take an opportunity to lift up the concerns raised by my esteemed colleague, Ashley Esposito, and just to sort of name the impact of sort of what I thought was a very important and meaningful request that the board minimize the side chatter, but then to more specifically pay attention to the general public comment. And from thank you, Dr. Simplices, for the context around sort of that. But for me, what I experienced as gaslighting is that the chatter had been going on before we could not, quote unquote, text. And that since the pandemic, there's been a general sense of the internal room dynamic where there is unnecessary chatter during public comment, which feels disrespectful for me. And so I just wanted to lift her up so she didn't feel like what she was witnessing or experiencing was inaccurate, and then also raise that feels like gaslighting. And so, Commissioner Esposito, I am here and I second that, and I also observe that same phenomena.
Thank you. We're going to go to our pulled items. Item 12.04, Ingenuity Project, was pulled by Commissioner Reed, as well as 12.05. So can the staff come up? Oh, okay, okay. Thank you.
The staff are online.
Thank you. You can start anytime.
Sure. So a commissioner asked questions specifically about, I guess, the effectiveness of Ingenuity and the expansion of Ingenuity, which I'm happy to address. I just want to call to the attention of the board that this board letter specifically is an amendment seeking to acknowledge the fact that Ingenuity last year at our behest added summer programming and is also doing so this year and for next year, but those were not part of the original amendment request. So in order for us to comply and to fund the programming, we needed to make sure that we amended the original budget request. If I'm not mistaken, I think Commissioner Reed wanted to know about expansion of Ingenuity overall. I think he was commenting on the fact that when he originally joined the board, the Ingenuity only had the 3 feeder sites, which were Roland Park, Mount Royal, and Hamilton. And yes, in fact, just over 3 years ago, we added James McHenry into the mix. There are no current plans to add another feeder site. When the committee got together to oversee, along with working with Ingenuity, there was a consideration of a second new site at the time, but the decision was a decision was made to keep it to the one new site, which was James McHenry, and to allow for a cohort plus to go through and then evaluate the success of that feeder program into the overall Ingenuity project landscape.
Thank you.
Is there something else I can address for you, Commissioner?
Hold on. Commissioner Coy has a hand up.
Yeah, just one additional, Commissioner Reed. In your question, what I heard was also you were wanting to lift up the successes of the Ingenuity program, not so much questioning the effectiveness of it. Is that?
Well, I mean, people look at Baltimore and they look at Baltimore City. They talk about the failures, be it financial literacy, English language learning, schools. But we do have a cadre of students that are doing really well. And all of us want to increase that cadre of students. And today was an example of the benefits of these programs. And I see a great benefit of these programs. I see it really important from the standpoint of people saying, yeah, I want to be in Baltimore City Public Schools because they have Ingenuity Project. I know people went to Poly for years because Polytechnic had Ingenuity. And they would say, I'm an Ingenuity student, which was like, how are you different than anybody else? I'm Ingenuity. But it's two sides of a coin. I mean, you talk about the kids aren't succeeding, but you got to talk about the kids above the waterline. And I think we should embrace that and nurture that and find more kids. That's what I'm talking about.
And one additional sort of thought, I know we've talked at previous meetings about the math scores and the need to focus in on math. I'm curious, Mr. Utrus, what you would speak to that we can learn from how Ingenuity approaches. They have such a heavy focus on math. If there's any ways that those types of things can be lessons learned, for other schools, even if they're not in the full Ingenuity model, because that is a pretty intense model.
No, that's an excellent question. And one of the things we are trying to lift up is, and this happened when we first asked Ingenuity to do summer programming for students that are coming into the program. They're also working to recruit a larger number of students who are not formally in Ingenuity to kind of build their math skills. And we're hoping to do is leverage some of their best practices from that math intervention over the summer, not just with their existing engineering students who also have some skill gaps, especially when they're transitioning from middle into the high school engineering program, but also students who might matriculate in eventually into the middle school feeder sites. Part of it is a very, again, you're dealing with a smaller universe of students, and in fairness, students that are getting put into engineering programming in the middle and high school areas already are coming in with stronger math skills in general than their age peers. And so therefore it's a smaller lift. Not that there's not fantastic work happening there, but we're not talking about they're taking any student off of any school randomly and then moving the needle miraculously. So we have to be fair with what's happening across our schools, where we have fantastic math teachers trying to do huge lifts, who have a full range of students who have a wide range of abilities in math abilities. But we are trying to leverage and learn what we can do with the summer interventions in particular, which is why we're very excited to continue working with the summer programming. Did that address your question?
Yeah, no, I appreciate those additional thoughts and comments there.
Certainly.
12.05 is it? Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dr. Sanchalisas. I'm Casey Mengel. I'm the Special Assistant to the Chief Academic Officer. Just want to make sure that I heard sort of where you were going with your question. Mostly the 35 schools, $23 million. What does that sort of look like? Where are we going with that? So want to call attention to the amount of time for this particular contract. The contract will cover the remainder of our 23-24 school year, including summer, all of next year, including summer, and then a portion of the 25-26 school year. So it's quite an expansive amount of time for the extended learning contract. I love this opportunity, to be honest with you, because the Springboard program has really expanded here in the district. Lori Lynn Sutton, who is our Director of Summer and Extended Learning, would have been here this evening, so I'm speaking sort of on her behalf, but she and I worked to bring this partner in back in like 2016 with 5 CSI schools only. Those schools are still with this program today, and we've expanded now to 35 schools. And not only because we're seeing the return on that investment for our students, but our families. Such a key, like, hallmark feature of this program is the family engagement. We have 99% family participation in the family workshops that are offered in the summer and throughout the school year. So much so, right, that we've got family and school leader feedback really driving how we're expanding this program. So Springboard took us from, you know, a semester type program where you could participate in the fall and then participate in the spring. We're now doing it trimesters, so we can capture even more kids. We've expanded summer from 5 weeks to 6 weeks with them. So we're really working to kind of grow the program. It focuses, as you probably read in the board letter, on our struggling readers, particularly in grades 3, 4, and 5. And so anyway, just appreciate the opportunity to kind of highlight what the program is doing for us and why we've gone from 5 to 35 over time, and how we're excited to partner with our schools to not only fund this through ESSER through that time, but also in partnership with schools through their budgets. So I hope that addresses maybe some of what you were looking for.
Thank you, Casey. I think it's important for the board to know, you know, peel the onion, so to speak. And also, we have 89 participants on screen. We're probably going to have some people that see this on TV next week, whatever. And it's important for them to know some of the programs we have that are working in terms of, you know, you have the tutoring, you have the summer programs. We're just trying to elevate the educational process for all the kids in Baltimore. This is a way to do it. And I think that's why I think it's important for people here.
Absolutely. And thank you for the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Based on public comments, are there any additional items that the board would like pulled? If not, let's see here. We are going to move, thank you very much, Commissioner. We're going to move to the FY24 proposed budget presentation. So we're going to ask the staff to come up.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chris Doherty. I'm the head of the Finance Office, and I am joined tonight by my colleagues Courtney Desabei, Acting Budget Director, Allison Perkins Cohen, Chief of Staff, Joan Dabrowski, Chief Academic Officer, and John Davis, Chief of Schools. We are very happy to be here tonight to present the final proposed budget for tonight's vote, the FY24 budget. We first presented this to this group last month, and this is part of the process whereby this is really the home stretch. Forgive me, in that the budget touches everything we do and supports everything we do. I think this is an easy one to align with the board priorities. It really does hit them all. We are in the home stretch of the budget development process, which you could argue goes all year long, but certainly in earnest since December of last year, when we have 4 separate formal outreach sessions to the community, followed by updated activities in this year. And what we are doing here is representing the budget and its highlights. We also were very gratified at the last month's presentation to get good discussion and a range of good questions, which from several board members, which were followed up with in various fashions, most directly with write-ups. And it also informed the budget book and this presentation. We will, before I pass it off, I think to Chief Perkins Cohen, I will say that as the board knows from having taken the same survey that community members do, we can basically break out the major activities of what our budget is focusing on in the 7 areas that are on the screen. And once again, increasing the funding to those areas. I will note just at the highest level, again, we're looking at going into the 2nd full year of Kirwan. The year we're in now, FY23, is the first full year. We received a 20% increase from FY22 to FY23. And we're looking at a 6% increase, forgive me, for the FY24 budget from what we're experiencing now. All part of the Kirwan funding, which is wonderful to receive, of course, but it is being phased in. So even the Kirwan architects are acknowledging we're not at full Kirwan funding now. We're getting closer to it as we phase in what is going to be the second of at least 10 years of the Kirwan era. So with that, I'll pass it to Chief Perkins Cohen.
Thank you, Chris. And I'll try to go fairly quickly through some of these pieces because I think that Courtney, Joan, and John have some more of the key content. Just a reminder that we're linking all this to our blueprint work that really guides all our work and making sure it's linked to those priorities we identified there and continuing to build on that work. Also to our commitment to equity, which guides all the work that we do and that you see sprinkled throughout all the priorities that we're identifying. We're trying to continue by looking at the budget. You'll see that we're trying to make sure that we're continuing and building on the success that we've seen in some key areas. So I'm not going to read all this, but since Dennis Chustras is just up, I'll talk a little bit about AP expansion. We've seen really dramatic increase in 2017-18. We had about 3,000 seats for AP, and now last year we're up to 5,500, and 84% or 83.4% of those seats are students, our African American students, and our Latino students are filling those seats. So we've really increased the scope of the AP access and the diversity of the students who are participating in that. Also, the summer programming I just want to highlight, as Dr. Santelises mentioned, we want to give opportunities for people to sign up for that. There are 22,000 seats in our summer programming this year, which is more than we've ever had before. Last year was the biggest year we've ever had, and now we're topping that this year with a great range of really quality programming for young people. And then just the credit recovery program last year that we had 11,000 students. That's one part of that summer programming that's so important. Also want to talk about the robotics. I mean, this is just such an exciting piece of what we've been doing and looking at. We've really come to be quite dominant in the robotics competitions in the area. And so with 15 teams going to the World Robotics Competition and the BIA team making it all the way to the playoffs and ending in ninth place in the world is just a big deal. Next, I'm going to talk about the commitment we have in this budget. You'll see on the next slide to really also improving the services. We for years, as everybody knows, and as Chris alluded to, we're dealing with significant underfunding, and Kirwan is beginning to address some of that. It has not closed the gap, but as we begin to see some of the investments that our young people and our staff should have had years ago, we are making sure that some of the programming and services that that we're offering are more efficient and are more effective at reaching being responsive to the needs of principals, to staff, to our community. And so, investing in more staff to staff key offices like procurement and accounts payable to make sure that we can use these resources more effectively. Or another really critical one is investment in maintenance workers. As part of the 21st Century Learning Initiative, we had made a commitment to increase in the investment in maintenance in our facilities. And so this year, as part of that ongoing commitment, we'll be adding 54 maintenance workers to our schools, which the impact of that will really be felt in schools. And as Chief Washington's work has continued to be felt in our school communities who really are experiencing the expanded responsiveness of our teams. Again, resources not nearly sufficient to address the need, but their ability to really strategically utilize those resources and to provide better service to our schools is something we're really committed to. And then this last part on community, and we really are trying to make sure that we're helping our schools build partnerships with their communities. We're seeing really robust partnerships at the school level, at the district level, really coordinating with partners to leverage the resources we have and increase investments. And then our community school strategy is really an important way to connect with our families and make sure that they have access to a range of services at their schools. And so this year we'll have over 130 community schools participating in that program.
Good evening, commissioners. So as we know, the fiscal year 24 budget incorporates funding from a number of different sources. So the major one that we discuss and we'll dig in a little bit more on is Kirwan. And as Chris mentioned earlier, with the increase from 20%, 22 to 23, this year is presenting an increase of 6% from 23 to 24. Something else that we stressed during this budget, and we'll touch on another slide as well, is really the braiding and combination of funds from different sources. So as we mentioned, Kirwan is the big bucket, but there are funds that we get from other sources that we have to try to maximize and utilize through the budget process as well. So this is the breakdown of our 1.7 billion in revenue by source or by type. So we break down our revenue in different ways, and we'll see that on the next couple of slides. So this isolates the general fund, which is the majority of our funding at 1.4 billion, and then our restricted funds 236 million, and our enterprise funds at 63 million. As mentioned, there are other funds that we receive that we still have access to because of the spending window that we have for grants. For example, ESSER 3, which can be obligated up to September 30th, 2024. So it isn't a fund source that we receive in 24. It doesn't show as 24 revenue, but there's still portions available in 24 to be spent. This gives a breakdown of the Kirwan funding. This is one of the slides that we updated from the previous presentation. If you recall in the earlier presentation, we used data as of January. We did have an updated release from MSDE as of April 12th, the day after our last presentation, actually. So this is updated slightly from that. The major changes here are really in some of the categories like compensatory and concentration of poverty. They're not large changes individually, but the sum difference is about $5 million that we end up having to supplement from our fund balance. So we're not changing any of the programmatic elements or expenditures or how we're allocating anything on the school side. As we discussed with the board before, we just made up the difference through our fund balance. All right. Revenue by source. So as I said, there are a few different ways that we slice the revenue pie. So one we looked at before was by the types of revenue, how you can use it. This is essentially by the different sources. And this is breaking down specifically the general fund portion. So the 1.405 billion that we get by the different sources. So here we have the amount that we receive from the state of Maryland, the amount we receive from the city of Baltimore. The city of Baltimore's records will be 392 million. That's the total amount we receive. One of the distinctions that we make is that there's a portion that we count as general fund, 388 million, and there's 4 million that we count as a contribution towards the TSI grant. But it is a total of 392, which correlates with the city's estimates as well. And then we have our funding from other sources, which includes our federal sources, E-rate, reimbursement, and like I said, the 5 million from fund balance contribution. So as I mentioned before, ESSER funds, so one-time grants that are awarded from the American Rescue Plan and have been used for expenses that are considered one-time costs for the most part, or we have a plan in place for continuity of service after there's a transition of those funds. So due to the requirements of the grants, we have things, like I said, that can be spent in fiscal year 24, even though they were received some of those in 21, 22. So we're at the tail end of the window. Some of these will run through September 30th, 2024. So next year, September. So we have this budget cycle and a little piece of next year's budget cycle to finish spending that off. This summarizes the spending on the grants. This was as of March. So we have, 100% expended on the first ESSER grant, CARES grant. We have 94% of ESSER 2. And then as of March, we said it was 22% of ESSER 3. So braiding, like we said, it's one of the approaches that we've taken over the last few years, but essentially making sure that we're utilizing the right funding source for the right expenditure. So it's using the right tool for the trade, so to speak, or right tool for the job. Looking at making sure that we expend our funds that are going to be expiring first, of course, as priorities, and using them in the categories that they can specifically be used for. We have flexibility, like we know, with general funds. With restricted grants, there's certain things that they can and cannot be used for depending on the nature of the grant. So taking that into account, identifying things that we can be using our grants to maximize, as well as, like we mentioned on our previous slide, taking advantage of the nature of one-time funds. So it's different between things that are operational you'd want to sustain over a longer period of time that you'd want to maintain on your general operating fund budgets. So the example that we chose for braiding was a big one. So it's $25 million for high dosage tutoring. And this just breaks down some of the different fund sources that contribute towards that overall number of 25. So we have ARP ESSER funding, Title I funding, grade 4 ARP to 12 ARP tutoring, the Kerwin Transition Supplemental Instruction Grant, and the ARP TSI grant. So using funding from those different sources as can be allocated, they contribute towards the high dosage tutoring $25 million amount. This slide outlines some of our FTE or full-time equivalent position adjustments from fiscal year 23 to 24, some of which, like Allison touched on already, like our increased investment on building up our capacities with regards to maintenance, would be reflected in some of the increases that you see here. This is our general fund distribution. And again, we're slicing the pies different ways. So this shows for our general fund, how much of the budget is essentially in the school budgets, principal control budgets versus what's in the central office budget, what's in debt service fringe or school supports budget essentially. So what it does show is that there's 74% directly in school budgets, school principal control budgets. And then of the remaining portion, there's a 14% in the central office funding budget where it's funded in central office, but it's on behalf of schools. And we break down on the next slide some of what's entailed within that slice, that 14% slice. So here we see like transportation costs, our utility costs, our maintenance costs, our related services contracts, athletics, our non-public costs, costs for our internet, WAN, LAN, et cetera. So these fall into that bucket, like we said, that It's within that orange slice over here, the 14% of school supported. So which takes that total up to about 88% of the funding going directly, either directly or indirectly to schools through the funding that we receive.
Question, if I can ask on just this point right here. For Kerwin required 75% of funding follow student, which one of those two numbers is how they count that?
Yeah, so their methodology is actually different from this, and it's actually more individual. So for the individual school and individual funding stream, we have to calculate that 75% of that subgroup goes for each category. So 75% of foundation. So we do a per pupil amount for foundation for the school, total it up. And we do that check for each of the individual categories. So that would roll up. Most of what you see there is going to roll up within the 74, some within the 14, but for the most part within those two categories, because there are items that are in those categories that contribute or are based on the funding that they get from the schools, if that makes sense. But the largest portion of it you're going to see is in that 75%.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm going to hand it over now to Chief Dabrowski.
Thanks so much. So excited to just walk through some of the highlights here that we'll be investing in as part of our fiscal 24 budget. We'll talk about specifics within academics, leadership, wholeness, and infrastructure. So we'll go to the next slide. So starting with academics, again, we've heard some of these themes already in our conversations tonight. Our work in high dosage tutoring, we will continue to do that work. We will expand that work. We will, again, learn from what we've done the last couple of years to, again, refine. We know we want to find more math partners, so excited about that investment to continue that work. We know that we use tutoring in during the school time. We're looking at after school time as well, again, to help our students catch up in math and literacy. Our personalized learning tools. So we have very robust adaptive platforms, technology tools that our students use to meet them right where they are in math and literacy. We'll continue that investment. And then we've shouted out a lot tonight, our great work in summer learning and extended learning. So that investment is significant. And we know that we're going to have more seats, more opportunities in more of our schools for more of our students. So that's a very exciting investment for us. If we think about our work in pre-K, Kerwin calls out very specifically the intent of how we make sure we have the robust programming for our youngest learners. We will be making a commitment to align our work in city schools with that Kerwin pillar, and also make sure we have the best curriculum for those pre-K students. So that's an important investment. The fine arts piece, we will continue to use, again, this braiding of funds, our concentration of poverty funds. We're also using our ESSER dollars to ensure that teachers and schools have more access to more fine arts materials, equipment. We're also building more infrastructure at the central office by having an entire department for fine arts. So having a director dedicated to fine arts is another exciting investment for fiscal 24. When we think about our work in the secondary space, we are actually shifting away from what we've called college and career readiness, the CCR office, to rebranding as secondary success and innovation. The core bodies of work will remain, but we really want to learn from earlier work that's been done around our keeping students on track. And so we're lifting up this 9th grade space as being a critical spot for where we want to make sure our students are supported. So you'll see an investment here, asking all of our high schools to have a 9th grade coordinator to ensure that that first year of high school is a powerful one that puts students right on that right track. We will continue to do the work in our CTE programs to ensure we have the best opportunities around career readiness. So you'll see here some intentional investments around some of our particular programs in HVAC and nursing. Again, making sure that those learning spaces are state of the art. And then the last space here is around post-secondary success, making sure that every school has a staff member dedicated to that post-secondary advising. Again, all of these investments will be ones that can keep our students on track and make sure that they have opportunities, whether it's career or college, in that post-secondary space. When we think about leadership in the broadest sense of the term, we're going to lift up the important work around coaching, literacy, and math coaching. We've asked all of our schools as part of fiscal 24 to budget for a literacy coach. We know that having a skillful expert in our schools to support our teachers in literacy, and that's not just in English language arts, it's literacy in science, it's literacy in social studies, it's literacy in mathematics. So literacy is a very broad term, and how we're making sure that our teachers are supported as they implement curriculum in that space is a priority for us. We're also moving in the math coaching space. Again, we know schools are thinking a lot about the improvement work they need to do. So we've asked schools that where they can to identify a math coach. And if they can't have a fully funded math coach, who are their math leads? We will be working with all of those centrally to work towards that improvement work that was shared actually very recently at our Teaching and Learning Board around our math improvement work. When we think about professional development, that continues to be a key lever for improvement. We have a number of new teachers or novice teachers who come to Baltimore City, and we want to support them. So we think about our work in systemic professional development offerings and summer institutes and how we mentor our new teachers. So we are going to, again, continue that work with the investments that are laid out here. And we also want to lift up that we heard that response around how we support the processing for teacher certifications, making sure that it's faster and more efficient process. You'll see that investment has been acknowledged and is going to be a priority for fiscal 24 as well. I'll now turn it over to Chief Davis.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'll have the opportunity to lift up some of our wholeness investments for next year. In this particularly, I'll start with the Healing Centered Violence Prevention and Response Team. It will be a small team, but it is a couple of individuals. One will be a social worker that begins with some of the prevention work and lifting up specifically peer mentoring. And then on the back end, unfortunately, when situations do occur at a school, it gives us a couple of folks that can stay with the school. In our past practice, when we've had crisis support teams, we always have to call on folks from different schools to kind of to assist. But this gives us two people that will be able to follow up with the school and stay with the school for a longer period of time. So that's a first investment I would lift up. The second one is, again, with our expanded school behavior health, we've grown a bit to having 7 partners that work in this area. And so we'll always work to have more FTEs, both centrally and then also with our partners. And so that investment can get up to $7 million. Let's keep going. Here, I would go ahead and lift up a couple of things as well. The first one being, as students exit the juvenile services situations and the Department of Juvenile Services, they have often came into our schools without a transition period. We are going to hire a full-time employee to help us coordinate that work and work with our partners so that when they come back into the district, they go through a transition program. We figure out kind of maybe schools that would be right for them and schools that maybe they have had difficulty in the past, make sure they're placed appropriately, make sure we know what their academic situation is, and really ensure that their transition back into school is as smooth as possible. That is important work that our re-engagement center does. When you walk into the Guilford side and you see the re-engagement center, they have really began to lift this work up, but we think it's to the point that we need a full-time employee, and it's something that we will do this in the upcoming year. The next 2 investments are things that are really continuing in the last couple of years. One is around centrally funded home visits, and this can also come out of the re-engagement center. Sometimes it comes out of wholeness, and again, our investment on our homeless services and students that that really need the support, no matter if it's with summer camps or if it's things like uniforms or schooling materials. That investment will absolutely continue. When we talk about the whole child, we also have to talk about athletics. There are 2 things I would lift up here. One of them being ensuring that we have athletic trainers. We have not had athletic trainers in the past, and I want to be super clear. This is a hard, like some of the mental health personnel, this is a hard area to hire for. We have been going back and forth. Is this a partner work where we might work with, say, MedStar, or are we going to hire individual athletic trainers? Right now, we're pushing more towards the individual athletic trainers. And this is for the first 6 that we're hopeful that we can hire and recruit and then retain. So that's one athletic investment. And then there's also the middle school athletic investment. We will have way more competitions next year, both some centrally coordinated and some coordinated with our partners. The last 2 investments that you can see really come out of concentrations of poverty money, and they have to do with athletics and then also enrichments. I want to point out a couple of infrastructure investments that are in our budget. One really has to do with our enrollment system. Our enrollment system is one that has needed an upgrade for a while, and I know that our folks in the ECT department have really been requesting this. So we will begin to fund a system that can better track both the transfers that occur and any type of middle and high school choice. The second one you can see is a technology investment, really around Wi-Fi access points and digital security. And then you can also see a health suite investment. The second investment is around air filters that we have been, that really COVID made sure that we paid attention to, but we're going to continue that investment and make sure we have the healthiest schools possible. And then you can see the last one is really around facility improvements and maintenance workers. I think this is one that, could easily go under the radar, but these are folks that will help schools and frankly, school leaders, and hopefully take a little bit off of school leaders' plates and make sure that they've got additional folks coming out of our facilities department that help them on a day-to-day basis. And I think with that, we are wrapping up.
That's correct. That concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions, as always.
Commissioner Sally?
Yes, thank you guys so much for the very thoughtful and engaging presentation. So I was just thinking, Chief Dabrowski, a little bit about just the post-secondary work that you were talking about in terms of the investment that we're going to make, ensuring that each and every one of our high schools have guidance counseling professionals. How realistic is that budget amount given the challenges we know that are just facing the shortage in the industry with finding those personnel?
Yep, no, it's a great question. So we have a real commitment around these hires. We have been working very closely with human capital around this recruitment space, working closely with our school leaders to say there may be somebody that's already there in their schools who are working in a different role, but might be a great person to move into this coordinator role. We're also trying to be flexible because you're right. We may get to a space where it's July, August, and there's not a coordinator in a particular school. So who will be that person that you tag to come to? Because we're going to have centralized training, centralized opportunities for, again, for those coordinators to be learning about what are those key actions and activities that need to occur across that 9th grade year. How do we structure the 9th grade experience to be able to bring that back? So even if a school doesn't have a full-time coordinator in place, we have sort of that backup plan. But I will say, working very closely with Chief Nielsen, she has really tried to move these hirings as a top priority to do that. And you're right, we may still face shortages. And I think the fact that we're coming out this much sooner and really advocating for these positions, we're very hopeful that we'll have larger numbers than we do now. Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Hold on, Commissioner Slater Harrington, then Commissioner Esposito.
Hi, my question is not about that, but about the new team around, oh, I'm going to mess it up. The wellness. No, not wellness. It's violence.
Yeah, what was a crisis support? Healing centered and violence prevention. Yes.
And I applaud the formulation of this team, especially it's timely now. My question is around, is there sufficient capacity there? And I understand that there is a need to be immediately responsive and to deploy that team so you're not pulling on all other resources. but I'm wondering for sustained support, how you should additional allocations be made to support perhaps community partners to come and surround schools. So it's not a question of should we have it? It is that enough? It's only 345,000, I believe.
Yeah, I want to appreciate the question because it is something that I didn't say, right? The 345,000, the team is small. It's a manager and a social worker that will be doing this, but there is another 100,000 to work with community organizations so that we have additional capacity beyond what we have in central office. So it is actually there. I neglected to say it. I appreciate you asking it, but it's 2 FTEs and then some contractual monies for exactly what you said.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. On the slide that talks about per student funding for athletics, is there a reason why it's per student and not per athlete? Because are there enough opportunities for every student that wishes to participate in athletics to participate? Like if teams are selective at certain schools and there's a limited number of spots, would it make more sense to have a per athlete calculation?
You're good.
Yeah, sorry for that. That specific item and that dollar amount. So it was the way it was phrased is actually guidance towards the schools to invest in programming. So what we asked them is, as part of their concentration of poverty dollars, if they have dollars available after some of the other, priority items, that they invest in programming for that. And we use that metric of a per student amount so that it can have a sense of what it might, the investment area might be. So it wasn't necessarily counting the number of student athletes, but basing it on the size of their school and what sort of program that they may have in mind. And largely speaking, from some of the schools that discussed this specifically, they had very specific ideas of what programming they're going to use. So they had sort of a dollar cost in mind of what that would entail, and they based it on that.
Hey, can I ask a follow-up question too?
Sure.
Yeah, is there a way to know like what percentage of the student population has like access to athletics, like per school, like athletic opportunity? Because I know students have been talking amongst themselves about the differences in like their schools versus like others.
Yes, I mean, we can provide that by school. I mean, the way we have that information is every school and what their athletic opportunities are. As we get more and more into the middle school space, right, we want to have those opportunities across so many of our K-8s and our 3 standalone middles. But yes, we could break out. I mean, we do have that information by school.
And I will just say, Commissioner Esposito, that this investment is actually designed to close that gap, because we too were hearing similar things from students that depending on which school you went to, there was either a large investment in middle school sports or virtually no investment in middle school sports. So part of the guidance that Courtney referenced with this 100 was to make sure that we were beginning to build in closing that gap, because there absolutely was one. McCoy? No. Okay, 1 second. I want to get my order straight. Were you finished, Commissioner Esposito? Yes? Okay. I see a hand on the screen. Is that you, Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, I just had
I can barely hear you, sir.
oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, so I was just wanting to follow up with the question around, similar to Commissioner Harrington-Slater's comment, which was if we have the initial investment plus the $100,000, based on the need and what we understand about the experiences of trauma and the need for this kind of work, is the dollar value there, this investment, sufficient? And my general consensus to that is that it is not, but I am willing to hear from the staff to sort of tell me a little bit how you got to that 2 FTE and $100,000 for community support, which is not very much. And often when we're thinking about our community ecosystem of nonprofits who are doing this work, that dollar value is also very limited, especially if they're doing small contracts. And so I'm curious, like, could you talk to me a little bit about more how you got to that 2 FTE, and how is that comparison to the actual need that we have in the district?
So if I could just briefly give some context, Commissioner Brooks, is that all right?
Yeah. Yes, totally.
So I think one of the things, and again, it doesn't mean that it is fully sufficient, but the 2 FTEs that folks are describing are not the only 2 FTEs devoted to mental health, right? And the name, because it's a pretty elaborate name for the team, so it makes it sound like it's like this whole huge, department just dedicated to it. In a very practical sense, what was occurring when there were particular traumatic acts and violent acts at schools, which we had seen an uptick in, right? What happened was we were pulling people with existing roles from all over the place. It was far more kind of in the moment. And while that might have worked when we had one incident every other year with that, with the uptick, this investment is specifically that so that there's a higher level of coordination in response to those particular immediate acts. I think the larger investment, and again, still acknowledging, that, you can still say that it's not enough or we need to do more. I think to the overall investment in mental health, the investment in the expanded school behavioral health programs with those clinicians at the $7 million mark is closer to the investments that are actually like landing in schools. So I just wanted to clarify, and again, you can still push and, staff should weigh in, but I just wanted to make that distinction that like those 2 FTEs are not like the FTEs just to do mental health across the entire district related to trauma and violence. They're really the coordination, and because of the way that the mayor, city hall, their initiatives are structured, are to actually spread out the resources, right? To actually be able to bring resources, not just from the school system to bear, but from the health department, right? From the mayor's office of neighborhood safety, right? It really, which is why we have all these meetings regularly, as a way of bringing a variety of resources to bear. But the $7 million investment, I would say, is closer to the housed school investment in mental health. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
No, thank you, Dr. Santos. That's really, really helpful. So it sounds like it's the internal central staff coordination capacity to help with specific crisis points, which it sounds like what you were saying is that like when we have our incident, staff are being pulled and sort of shuffled to other places, which could have been disruptive to their current sort of work capacity. I would love to hear if it's possible, have there been any particular learnings around sort of how we manage crises that informs not only the creation of these particular 2 roles, but suggest anything about how we might be doing things differently as a district to sort of address the uptick in these kinds of experiences that we're having in the district?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Brooks, I'd probably add 2 things. One is the response after a crisis occurs, right? There have been, I will say, some really productive healing activities. There's really been kind of a structured way that we have engaged young people and engaged adults in those spaces. And by having full-time FTEs in it, we can codify it better and make sure that our response is even tighter. We have learned that. And, there are folks on the wholeness team that have had to do this, I'll just say, as their extra job, right? And they've had to figure this out and show up and be ready and engage young people. And the FTEs, I think, will ensure that we have those types of activities and can mold it to a school community based on what happens. At the same time, we also know that they're not going to be engaged all the time, right? Thankfully. And so we want to make sure that we are also doing things on the prevention end. So even though, right, it is healing-centered violence prevention, we just wanted to call out that there's a healing aspect afterwards, but there's also the violence prevention. And so things like peer mediation, we want to push to a larger degree in the district, and it also provides coordination for a lot of the points that Dr. St. Elisa's made. So there have been lessons learned, and I think these FTEs will help us codify it and be better prepared in the future.
Great, thank you.
I was just going to add a little bit to Commissioner Brooks, is that also, I think the other lessons learned is about also the everything that John said, and then the work we're also doing with the city partners. So that Dr. Santelises mentioned. So I think in recent months that coordination has really increased significantly. We'll talk about it next week at the board hearing on youth violence. But you know, there is a lot of partnership. There's many. We're regularly focusing on key areas like the safe passage. So we're identifying places where we really need to make sure we're staffing to make sure there's safe passage of students on their way home. The case management group, so focusing on students who are particularly at high risk of violence, looking at the stats on a regular basis with the city, and then also providing other services through our partners like in MONSE and Office of Children and Families to be able to connect families with other services that are available, that a wide range of other services that they can provide. And so leveraging those partners to help provide a comprehensive response to these situations.
And one last thing, Commissioner Brooks, because I actually spent 2 hours this afternoon with community partners and members of the re-engagement team in the philanthropic community, because another place I think when you highlight where are we doing the work differently as a result of this kind of cross-agency collaboration really is the expansion and the investment that wasn't necessarily on the same page, but the $2 million investment in expansion and deepening the work of the Re-Engagement Center. And that was specifically a learning around the need to better support young people exiting DJS or involved with DJS and their re-entry into school. And so one of the learnings was that we needed a more holistic approach in helping those young people, frankly, transition back into school and helping schools ready, right, to receive young people. And so that transition space was something, frankly, in talking to some of our community partners, that they felt very acutely and I heard loud and clear. So I think that's another kind of real tangible example that because of the response work over the last year or two, that was an area where we made additional investment and where we're seeing the upfront investment in a more kind of, frankly, robust transition for young people from DJS, that it actually has more of a preventative posture. And I got a chance to hear from folks directly today on the ground about how they're seeing that kind of tangible work actually reduce, right, the volatility in schools, and more importantly, getting young people the support that they need. So that's just one more example and an investment that you might not have seen here, but I would say is a direct result of some of that response work that's changing the way we do our work here in city schools.
Great, thank you so much. That's really, really helpful and awesome to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna go to Commissioner Kenyatta Bay, and then after that, Commissioner Coy.
First of all, thank you guys who put together a very strong package. I like the growth mentality that I see, the expansion mentality. The thing that I would like to have more information on, because I saw this movement in athletics, you know, this big growth here, expansion. I see some other areas where we're expanding. My concern or my question is more about how are we expanding in our arts? Because I don't see that same level of push in this budget that for expansion in the arts that I see in other areas. So, and I know also you also have problems in hiring right in that area also, as you do with almost every other area. But please, I'd just like you to speak to that if you could.
Sure, absolutely. And I can get for you, we do a lot of partnering with different community groups in our arts work. And we do quarterly meetings with some of those partners who come together. We've done quite a bit of advancing our work and again, improvement. It's not where we want to be ultimately, but certainly it's an upward trajectory in terms of the number of schools who do now have fine arts offerings and programs. We need to do more. I do want to lift up again, being able to have a dedicated director of fine arts is a huge win for this fiscal 24 budget proposal. And I say that because currently, we have one director overseeing multiple offices. And so simply by bandwidth alone, having someone who can be fully dedicated into the strategic planning that it takes to lift up a coordinated, and I agree with some of the comments earlier this evening around how do we partner with schools, but there's got to be some district oversight and support around instrumental music. How we staff for an instrumental music program is incredibly strategic, because you often have teachers who have to be in multiple buildings to lift up a band program or an orchestra program. So where they travel, how you put it into your schedule, there are so many details underneath the big initiative of we need more instrumental music programs. So having a dedicated director who can work closely with our school principals to help do that level of scheduling and hiring. So I'm excited because if we're able to have that director in place, I'm confident that we can start moving more rapidly. We've got some incredible strategic plans already in the works. We need to move towards that next level of implementation. And I think as we were thinking through where's the right lever, it was having a dedicated role to help lift this work and having our partners who've done so much great advocacy around how we think about our staffing. So the other piece for us, these two levers are that human capital, prioritization, recruiting, and also once those fine arts teachers come to us, what is their arc of learning to keep them so they don't feel like they're a one-off by themselves. We need to make sure we're thinking about a community of those fine arts teachers together over the course of their first years here in city schools.
The other piece, Commissioner Bay, if I could, which we can certainly get you if it's helpful, is I think the other significance of Chief Dabrowski highlighting the need and the investment for another director level position, I think also comes on the heels of pretty solid expansion of arts over the last 3 years of investment, right? So the number of FTEs, which we can show you, has steadily increased. I'd say the last like 4 years or so, where each year we have kind of centrally worked with schools to identify additional positions within their school budgets for the arts. And I think what happens, as in a number of initiatives, that we expanded, but as Chief Dabrowski referenced, at some point, kind of the support for those teachers, you can expand the teachers and the programming, but the ability to support that programming in ways that actually deepen, teaching expertise and student experience required more infrastructure at the district level. And I think it was, I don't know how long we've even had a coordinator at this point. I think it was 2018, right? And thank you, Commissioner McFadden, that even that placed us very low on the level of central infrastructure compared to other jurisdictions. So very much like in other areas where we have been surveying where are other jurisdictions, what is a right ratio, right, of that kind of central support. This is significant because it's also part of our attempt to really right the central support that for years, frankly, in city schools had been decimated, and we're building that back. Did you have any other questions? I want to pause here before we go to you, Commissioner, because I know this is your passion. And so I wanted to ask Chief Doherty if you would spend some time with Commissioner Kenyatta Bay so that he can learn how do you then follow this progress in the budget? Where can he see this inside of the budget? And I just want to publicly say I appreciate the question, especially given our conversation the other night. And so I just wanted to support you in that.
Absolutely, with pleasure.
I have two questions, but one clarity first, just so my questions are a little bit more relevant. For the summer and extended learning that's referenced, when it says the 23-24 school year, does that start this July for summer programs this summer? And so the 45 million that's being discussed is for most of this summer and then a little bit of next summer programs?
So again, it's the fiscal 24, which for us is sort of that July 1 start. So almost all, we have a couple of programs that'll start June 26, but the majority of this funding we're going to be looking to spend this summer.
Okay, that's helpful.
And also then
context, yeah.
extended learning then certainly goes into the school year.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. So, yeah, and this is, I think a timely. It's come up multiple times here this evening in the focus on summer, and just as we are sort of rapidly approaching that, I also know that there was the recent City Hall hearing that talked about summer, or that came up as part of that conversation about 5-day. And so, one of my questions, I have two questions, is what is the plan as it's presented here relating to the number of days a week of summer programming, and help me understand sort of what is the intention or the plan relating to that. So 5 days a week versus 4 days a week of summer programs, for example.
I'm happy to start. So we, I think one piece of context that's missing from this conversation is that there's a robust group of folks that we coordinate with through the Summer Funding Collaborative that includes Parks and Recs, it includes Baltimore's Promise, it includes YouthWorks, it includes other providers of summer programming. And so that collaborative has been in place for years to make sure that there's a wide range of programming available to all young people. We at City Schools, most of the programming that we are running directly is 4 days, will be 4 days. There's a lot of reasons for that. We have really increased the number of students we're serving in summer, hence the investment that you see, Commissioner Coy. So we're, I'm blanking, 25 million, sorry, that we're investing in to serve 22,000 students, which is the largest number. We also, through that, fund it's a wide 45 million, sorry, thank you. Got too many numbers in my head, thank you. 45 million to serve 22,000 students. We have, there's a range of programming in there that includes mini camps, and some of those mini camps we fund other organizations to run mini camps, some of which are 5-day programs. So some of the programming that we're funding is 5-day. That funding collaborative, a lot of those programs, some of those programs would be 5-day programs. And so for us, that investment is, again, part of work we've done over years with partners through Baltimore's Promise to try to bring together a range of partners. We can't provide all the services. We provide a large portion of the services at 22,000, but YouthWorks serves 8,000 students. YouthWorks is one of the largest summer work programs in the country. I don't know that we've done the math yet, but I'm pretty confident ours has got to be per student one of the largest summer offerings of urban districts in the country too, at more than one per, one of every 4 students having access to a program. So I think we've invested in that way. I think I feel very good about the range of programming, CTY, Alvin Ailey, robotics. I mean, just a wide range of programming that we're offering, really high quality programming, and a huge credit to Chief Dabrowski and Lori Lynn Sutton, who's leading all that work, and huge call out to Baltimore's Promise and the other partners who are then also offering a range of other programs to make sure that students have a wide range of offerings. The last thing I will say, I think the 4-day is really important to us, and also in terms of being aware of the wellness of our staff. This is a really hard time for staff and students. We've heard from many of our partners about the challenges of retaining teachers. You see it nationally. You see major problems with attrition of principals and teachers. We have not seen it, knock on wood, and I'm knocking as I speak, at the same level here that we've seen in some other jurisdictions, but we want to keep that going. And one key way to do that is by offering a summer programming that is 4 days, so teachers, principals can engage in that, but then also get time, a different schedule. I mean, again, central office is working a full week at 40 hours a week, but we do it Monday through Thursday so that people can have a little bit more time with their families and a little bit of downtime in the summer, which is really important. And we've heard from a lot of principals, and I know I talked to Lori Lynn about this yesterday. We've heard from a lot of principals that the large number of programs we're seeing in schools, the school-based programming, they would not be offering that program if it was 5 days because they need a break. And we have to be very respectful for that. And we can't do everything. We need partners. That's why we have the funding collaborative to help to provide the programming our students deserve.
And my second question, I mean, while we're on that point, I want to just voice my appreciation for the points that you just raised. You know, we're trying to do our very best as a school system to ensure that our young people have the opportunities in the summer. I think the budget reflects that, but I think the reality that you also lifted up around the fact that our educators who are by and large providing that summer programming need a break. We do need to lean into our partners, and they've also got to get ready for the next school year. So, you know, I just want to put those critical tensions on the table and show my 100% support for the way in which the budget is structured and the way in which you guys are going about it this year.
My second question does relate a little bit to the question that Mr. Justin Cute had brought up around the charter school. And obviously this summer plan is in place. So this is a little bit more to what is the intention or the plan for next summer as it relates to the communication to charters to give time for plans to be in place, right? Like what is the intention there?
So, to appreciate the question, there are some programs that we've identified that are programs that are difficult for others to replicate. I think it's credit recovery. Is there another one? For English learners, there are some programs that we are offering to charter schools because we feel like they are unique programs that we need to make sure that folks have access to. You know, there is a challenge in that, as the commenter spoke about, the resources that are being used to provide programming, to create the programming, to research the programming, to look at other models of programming, to develop partnerships. That's all resources that we've kept to provide services to traditional school students. Charter schools, because of the model, and I'm a former charter school operator, they get their resources in cash. That's the way they prefer it. They want to provide their own programming, and that makes sense for operators. When I was an operator, I didn't use the central office programming because I wanted to provide programming that aligned with the programs that I was board approved to offer my children, and that enhanced that and furthered that and made sense with that. We can look at if there's ways that we can offer programming to young people, but I will just say it is doing that in the ways, offering pay for service either at the school level or the parent level is a complex system. We don't have that system in place, and it takes resources to provide that kind of structure. And at some point, you do have to weigh are we endorsing charter autonomy so that charters have resources to make decisions themselves and invest the way that they think makes sense for their communities, and create partnerships. I mean, charters can create partners too. When I was at the Curriculum Project, we created our own sports league because we wanted to have that for our children. You can create partnerships with other schools. So that is one of the benefits of having the resources. You can decide what you want to invest for your young people based on the needs that you have been board approved to do through your contract. So we can look at it, but it is time and resources to put a structure like that together, and we don't have systems that support that very easily at this point.
I do think, though, it is important, Commissioner Coy, because you and I have had conversations about this, that I think I do want to highlight, one element of what Chief Perkins Cohen said, and that is that we will explore it, that there's a commitment. I have made that commitment, and we will look at what actually are other places doing around fee for service. What can we lift up? keeping in mind that we will be mindful of the infrastructure. So I did want to emphasize that because I know the two of us had conversations, and I wanted to be very clear publicly that that is something we're looking into. And, you know, we're going to be straightforward about what some of the challenges of that might be. But I think the true, and again, having worked in another school district where schools basically can do that. We called them pilot schools, and they could absolutely opt in for a certain set of services for price. But we also worked very hard to have the infrastructure to do that. So I just wanted to emphasize, because I know you and I had a conversation, that it is not an afterthought. I heard you, and, you know, I have asked the team to actually look into how we can do that. So I just wanted to emphasize that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I do think that whatever the exact details are, finding out in enough time to make then plans accordingly and communicating that proactively, is what I'm asking and hearing in this conversation as the intention.
And I did want to just lift up Lori Lynn Sutton, who is on vacation, but who is clearly monitoring this meeting because she's already responded to this question. She wanted to correct us, which I love about her. It's credit recovery, it's AP summer, and our summer arts and learning for Title I students. So those programs are still available for our charter students as well. Thank you, Lori Lynn. Go back to your vacation.
I did though want to note the board chair's sidebar concern that Lori Lynn Sutton is responding from her vacation. Y'all know how I feel about that. Yeah,
I feel the same way, which is why I said time to go back to vacation. She knows a busy season is coming.
Yes.
So what happens when you read it? She doesn't learn, right? Like I would have just not read it.
I'll wait to see if another message comes in.
Coaching, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, that's just, yeah.
But, you know, I think one of the things I really appreciate about our colleague who should be on vacation, that what she shared is that I'm hoping that all of our stakeholders throughout the entire city, including here at City Schools, including our folks down at City Hall, really fully understand what the totality of the investment looks like and what are the opportunities made available for all young people. So I think that's a point to really underscore that I hope all of our stakeholders walk away with this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater-Harrington.
Thank you. This has been a quite delightful discussion, and one that is personally and professionally relative. And thank you, Allison, for acknowledging the Summer Funding Collaborative. It's almost 10 years old, and in my professional life, I'm a member. Wanted to acknowledge it's not going to solve this charter issue that we're dealing with, but the Summer Funding Collaborative is funding 90 organizations this summer. And so I want to give it not to Lori Lynn, but to another staff member to ask, please share that list with our charter schools so they know those organizations that have been funded, that we want every seat filled to be sure that those 90 organizations don't have any enrollment issues, and that charter school students are Baltimore City public school students, and they can access those. There are not any boundaries for the enrollment in those 90 programs. I want to make that abundantly clear. It doesn't answer this question that has got to be dealt with and that we have to be nimble on both sides around, but it is a start. The other thing I wanted to clarify is that there are two separate conversations that are happening in the city around youth development and out of school time. No, it's not necessarily budget, but it is important. So Lori Lynn recently joined our conversations with the Summer Funding Collaborative. It's very important that she's joined that table because it informs philanthropic decisions and public grant-making decisions. And it was important that she come and share information about ESSER and the funds that we have, and that not just her, but others continue to push in, because the philanthropic community has to continue to be informed about the needs and the gaps. And I know Allison does a great job of that, but that is a specific cohort of people that we've got to continue to lean in on that. And then the other thing that is happening is a citywide conversation around youth development that is interagency, and you were referring to that, but it got combined. There are two separate conversations, and I'm proud to say that city school staff has pushed in on both of those conversations, but we have to continue to be vigilant in having those conversations and making sure that these partnerships that happen yield the results that we all need, that the conversations around those tables come back to outcomes, right, for our young people. And the conversation also, lastly, has to be broadened to include children with special needs. We have talked exhaustively at that table and that table and this table about the opportunities for children, and there are tons for traditional children, but we have a population that is anywhere between 10 and 14% of our students who beyond ESY are not getting enrichment or don't have that option, and parents need that. And so I'm fine with the budget, but I want to give this complete context of the landscape outside of these walls that are important. And Lori Lynn, you are one person and do not work, but I would like for the administration to consider bolstering themselves in those conversations that are happening. That is all. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Are there any other questions? So my big takeaway from this presentation is, Lori, be on vacation and stop sending in messages from your vacation. Okay, thank you, team. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Is there a motion to approve item 8.03?
Moved.
So moved, Commissioner Reed. Is there a second?
Second, Sally.
I'll take Commissioner Sally. Thank you. All in favor, Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito? Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Yes.
One second. Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Sally?
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington?
Yes.
And I am in favor. This motion passes with 9 in favor and 2 absent. Is there a motion to approve the remaining consent agenda items?
So moved.
Second
Thank
read.
you, Commissioner McFadden, and seconded by Commissioner Reed. All in favor, Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Coy,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, you're back on with us. Great. Commissioner Kenyatta Bay,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sally,
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
And I am in favor. That motion passes with 10 in favor and 1 absent. We have another information discussion item. So we are almost there, guys. And before, as the team comes up to present, I wanted to invite Commissioner Sally to have words before our team.
Yeah, so just to kind of seat everybody in tonight's discussion around school closure. So I've had the pleasure this spring, actually, of serving as the acting chair of the policy committee. And one of the things I just want to make sure everybody's very clear on is that, we as a board really do care about the fidelity of the process of policy setting here in Baltimore City Public Schools. So making sure that the process is based on information, based on the data gathering that we need as a board to make really sound policy decisions, recognizing that some of the decisions are more controversial than others, but want to make sure that in each and every one of our discussions that we set up, very collegial opportunities to exchange information in order to make sure that our policies are in the best interest of city schools and our young people who attend city schools. Our last committee meeting, which really looked at which is bringing together today the first reader of this policy, had a lot of really deep conversations and recognized that they weren't always the most collegial of what they needed to be, and recognized that there were some personal attacks on our staff. And so for that, I would like to just offer my apologies to Ms. Alvarez, because that is not, something that the board condones, not anything that I condone. But want to make sure that you were aware that those were our general sentiments, and recognize that that wasn't what we expected inside of that committee meeting. So our apologies for that. Secondarily, as we get ready to look at this particular policy tonight, we have inside of that committee meeting had the opportunity to have that public comment. The team has done a phenomenal job of trying to take that into consideration, what you see in first reader tonight. We've seen public comment this evening addressing some sentiments related to that. Second reader, and then will be a second opportunity, and then we'll have our vote on this. And so without further ado, I just turn it over to the team, and with thanks in advance for the hard work and dedication it is to really thinking about school closure policy when it is one of the more controversial things that we have to make a decision on the board. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have like a few people joining us online. So I'm actually gonna, they've been, and I just want to be very thankful to them. They've been holding on for a lot of hours. So we're gonna switch the order a little bit of our presentation just so that we can hear from them. First, let me introduce my team. I'm gonna do a couple things just to lead into that, but I want to be able to bring them in earlier, and then we'll kind of go backwards in terms of the presentation. So just know we'll be a little bit out of order. So I'm Angela Alvarez. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of New Initiatives, and I'm joined by.
I'm Lindsay Anderson. I'm a specialist in the Office of New Initiatives.
Hello, everyone. I'm Monique Riley, also a specialist in the Office of New Initiatives.
All right. So this policy aligns to several of the board strategic priorities, priority 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7. Sorry, long night. One of our key responsibilities as city schools is making sure that we're doing everything we can, using every lever that we can to make sure that all of our students and our staff are in high quality, modernized facilities with the resources to support student success, that we effectively engage all stakeholders, which include parents, families, and caregivers, and students in their child's education. That's something we hold as a sacred responsibility in this work. That we provide equal access to district services and resources and to facilities to all of our students in the surrounding community, and that we're continuously working toward equity at all levels by implementing the policies and practices. I'm going to skip like the goals again, just because I want to make sure that I can go to some of the people that we have on. If you've heard this presentation in policy committee or in other formats, one of the things we talked about is feedback that we've been getting from the community. One of the things that was really important to us is we wanted to talk directly to the people who actually experienced these transitions and went through a full process to help inform not only revisions to the policy and the regulation, but also the details that don't go into that inform how we do the work. And we really wanted to understand the impact. And so we did that using a methodology called empathy interviews. They're long scale interviews. They last 90 minutes. And it's to really try to elicit the real true experiences of the folks that we interview. We spoke to people from 5 different communities. We started with folks that we had contact information from because they participated in transition committees or steering committees. But then we also had school leaders and other folks identify, and we're going to continue to do that. It's something that we are embedding into our regular reflection around this work. And with that, we have one in this meeting, 2 people who we interviewed as part of this and who've experienced transition. And so I want to invite them to be able to speak about their experience. First, I want to speak and welcome Ms. Reed, who is a parent at Marian Winterling. Her child attended Lockerman Bundy, which was one of the schools that closed. So Ms. Reed, if you can turn on your camera so people can see you, if that's possible, or just begin to speak about your experience, both before and after.
Hello. I'm sorry if you can't see me that well. I actually had to go out to my car real quick. I'm at work. Um, like she said, my name is Kia Reed. I have 3 children that attend Mary Ann Winterling. My 2 oldest children actually started out at Lockerman Bundy. My 3rd son has been at Mary Ann Winterling since pre-K. The transition happens for my children, honestly, in the middle of the pandemic. So for me, it was because of personal issues that I was already dealing with. It was extremely frustrating and hard because in the beginning, you didn't really know if who the, no offense to the former principal of Mary Ann Winterland, but I didn't know her. We didn't know if Ms. Hill would be able to transition with the school. In the beginning, we didn't know if the staff would transition. So for myself and my children, it was a concern because Lockerman Bundy had become our second family. Like I told Miss Anderson, and every time that I've spoken to her, Miss Kimberly Hill, from the time that I met her, she has been an exemplary woman, a principal to my children, to all of the children in the community. And if it had not been for her, I think honestly the transition would have been a lot worse. Because again, like I said, it was Lockerman Bundy was such a family community that we really didn't know what to expect. So once we did find out, that Ms. Hill was going to transition to Mary Ann Winterland, of course, we still had our reservations because it was new. Our children had went through 2 years of being home. They had, we didn't know the community. We didn't know the other teachers. It was, again, like I said, it was a concern because it was in the beginning and middle and end of a pandemic. So it was definitely, I think, a little bit more frustrating and harder for us. But I will say, since the transition, they have been, as far as communication, I'm always in the loop of what's going on. If I'm, as far as, see, I'm here for this meeting. If they need me, I try to be present. But like I said, I understand like there was only so much that they could do because we were in the circumstances that we were at that time. But all in all, like I said, it ended up becoming a smooth transaction.
And Ms. Reed, can you share a little bit about what your students' school experience was like before and now after in Mary Ann Winterling?
To be honest with you, like I said, Miss Kimberly Hill was able to transition to Mary Ann Winterland as the principal. So all in all, my children did not really have too much of a hard time because a lot of their favorite teachers transitioned with them. They had their principal. And as I said, Miss Hill is an exemplary woman. She makes you feel like you're a part of the school system. You're a part of the decision making when it comes to a lot of the things that go on within the school. And like I said, she answered all questions. She like I said, make sure that I'm present and or if I need to be. But my children, they like I said, they were initially nervous because we didn't know, but now they really enjoy Mary Ann Winterling.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. We also have Ms. Allison Ambrose, who was staff at MLK when it closed. She's now staff at Pimlico.
Hi. So the transition from MLK that I'm sure Miss Alvarez and Miss Anderson remember was really difficult for me personally. I had worked at MLK since 2009. It was the first school I worked at, and at the time the only school that I had worked at. And so when we found out the school was going to close down, it was just really difficult because I kind of felt a part of
that community, not just the school community, but like the families in the surrounding area of that particular part of the neighborhood of Park Heights. I had been there for so long. I had taught like multiple children within a family and little brothers and sisters and cousins and stuff. And so it was really difficult to go through that time. I will say that one of the things that I think helped not just myself but other staff members was that we were proposed for closing at first that year, which I think would have been the 2019 year, but then we were allowed to have the following year. And I think that that really helped because I think that had we just found out we were closing that winter and then closed in the spring, I think that staff members would have been concerned about finding other positions and families would have been looking for other schools because the difference with MLK's closing than I think some other closings is that the elementary school students went to Edgecombe, which is now Park Heights Academy, and the middle school students went to Pimlico. So it wasn't like the whole school was kind of transitioning to one school. It was split. And I think having that kind of extra year, although it was cut short because of the pandemic, helped for having that longer transition allowed us to not have to worry about kind of all of those transition things like finding new employment within just a shorter time frame, so that we were able to, the staff was able to kind of still be there for the students and their families. I think that a lot of the things that ONI and the schools had planned to do, we were unable to do because obviously COVID happened. And so when the school was like officially shut down in June of 2020, no one was there. So there wasn't like a kind of closing thing or end of year thing for the kids. And a lot of the plans that we had to kind of acclimate the kids to their new schools didn't happen because we weren't physically in school. I think that it's really important in a school closure situation to have those types of processes. I know that when we did go back to school in person, the handful of middle school kids that were at Pimlico with me, they were kids who were my sixth graders the last year at MLK. They just didn't feel like they were a part of Pimlico. A lot of some of their teachers, I shouldn't say a lot, some of their teachers would refer to them as the MLK kids. So they didn't kind of feel like they were definitely a part of the school because even the teachers kind of considered them to be different, not always in a bad way. Sometimes they were like, oh, the MLK kids don't do A, B, or C, but it just made them feel separate. And I think that ideally, had we been able to do all of those transition activities that we had kind of planned to do over the summer, if COVID hadn't happened, that would have been better for both the kids from MLK coming in and the kids who had already been at Pimlico, and also like having a chance to meet the teachers. The only other thing that I remember coming up at the meetings with parents were that they had said that class sizes would be smaller, and that's just not something that in reality was true. So the class sizes at Pimlico in the middle school have been roughly the same as what they were at MLK. And so I know in my empathy interview, I had said, maybe don't say that, or maybe say like, it's possible, but not a thing, because it wasn't a thing. And the only other difference was instead of just having the 35 to 40 kids in the 8th grade completely, it was my classes are about 35 kids and my teachers have over 100 kids that they actually see. So I think that it may have been harder for the kids who were used to a smaller community to feel like they could make closer relationships with their teachers who had like so many kids in front of them. So having said those kind of like not great things, one of the things that has been great about the transition to Pimlico, because Pimlico is a charter school with the Baltimore Curriculum Project, there are lots, and because it's also a 21st century school building, there is technology in all the rooms that just wasn't present at MLK, which was a really old school building. And there are lots of funds for things. So while at MLK we might have had to fundraise in order to be able to get school supplies or field trips or other opportunities at Pimlico, it's if a teacher needs something for their classroom or wants to kind of engage the kids in an opportunity, like a cultural opportunity outside of school, it's really easy for them to do that, and it's something that they always have access to. So if teachers need books for kids, boom, you can get books for kids. If you need certain school supplies, you have like a plethora of school supplies and you don't need to fundraise to do it. So that's a positive coming in. And then I know I spoke to Miss Anderson at the empathy interview at MLK. I was a middle school reading teacher, and had MLK not closed, I probably would have spent the rest of my life being a middle school reading teacher at MLK until I died. But the closure of school did provide me with a different opportunity, because at Pimlico, I'm an educational associate for literacy, and that's the kind of position that just wasn't possible at MLK because we were so small. We didn't have even an assistant principal, let alone opportunities for teachers to get out of the classroom. So that was also a positive thing. And sorry, I'm just looking at my notes to make sure I hit everything I was supposed to hit. I think that's it, unless you have a question for me.
Allison, do you want to share the difference in terms of student experience, what opportunities they had at MLK versus the opportunities they have at Pimlico?
Oh, sure. Okay, so yeah, sorry about that. So besides the fact that if the kids wanted to do anything at MLK, we had to fundraise for it. And that's not a thing that has to happen at Pimlico. Pimlico also has a medical detective science program, and it's for the middle grade. So it's a middle school program that they enter in sixth grade. They're partnered with Sinai, and so because of COVID, they hadn't gotten to go there. But this year, the kids were actually able to go to Sinai. They've had speakers, including like cardiologists, come into the school to talk to them. And one of the really great things I think about the medical detectives program is that it's not like grade or test score based, it's interest based. So if you are a student who maybe has struggled academically, but you have a strong interest in health sciences, you don't need to have straight A's or high MCAT test scores in order to be a part of medical detectives. So it kind of gives opportunities to any kid who shows an interest in that field. Yeah, and I think, you know, like I mentioned, the opportunities for the kids to go on field trips, obviously we're kind of still just coming out of COVID. So, but any trip that teachers can kind of dream of taking their kids on, our charter operator and other funds, we just have the funds to be able to make that happen. So there's really kind of no limit funding wise to be able to give the kids opportunities to things that they want to do. We have like typical sports like basketball, but we also have, and which is something that MLK had as well, but we also have like golf and we have chess and the teachers, if teachers have interest in, like we've had a video game club, because it's kind of just, funding's just not an issue. So anything that kids are interested in or teachers are interested in, the school is able to make that happen.
Thank you so much. I know it's a long night, so we appreciate you for hanging on.
Sure
I know
thing.
you have a busy day of teaching. So thanks to you and to Ms. Reed for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. I'm gonna go back to the beginning and then go forward. So with this,
Thank you. Thank you. Looking at this on a social emotional level, if you're basing this, I mean, have you considered the fact that both of these are pandemic impacted closures, the two that we've just seen, and which is not a normal baseline on how the impact on a community, a school. So I just wanted to know, because like I said, if you make an analysis, you do want to normalize that baseline, and the pandemic is anything but normalization of a baseline. That was how did you take that into consideration?
yeah, yes. Can I incorporate that into? I think I can hit that. I'm gonna come back to that. Okay, as we go. Okay. And you keep me to it. Don't let me forget. But I want to respond to that as we go. And so we have 4 goals in the policy revisions. One was to codify a process for surplusing district facilities that are not tied to school closures, and particularly in buildings that don't actually house school programs. We wanted to incorporate and codify best practices, things that we were actually doing but weren't in the policy, as well as things that we learned from talking to stakeholders like you heard tonight, as well as other districts who do this work. We also wanted to align the policy to our equity policy and family and community engagement policy. And then we wanted to make sure that we modernize outdated elements like how we use of social media, for example, making sure that was included in the updates to the policy. The closure process happens as part of a review that we call the annual review of schools. The focus on this work and at the center of this work is how we use different levers to ensure that we're providing our students with rigorous, robust academic programs and safe, healthy environments. We believe that every child in Baltimore City public schools should be receiving a rigorous, robust academic program in a 21st century building. Like, let me just name that. We don't have the funding to do that, but that's actually what should be baseline for every child in our district. The process is a huge process. It has a lot of components. It requires a lot of communication and with a lot of different stakeholders to lift. And there's many more pieces than anybody sees that our little team lifts to make sure we can do all of the meet all the legal requirements, meet all the public engagement, not just requirements, but have authentic, real public engagement, and making sure people are really clear how to have their voice heard by the board. And all of the different meetings that we have to have with other key stakeholders to make sure everybody is fully informed and is able to participate. One of the things that we did, we used to call this process the portfolio review. It's aligned to strategy. So portfolio, I think when people hear us use that in the district, think of it as being a collection of things, but portfolio itself is an actual specific strategy that comes out of the Center for Reinventing Public Education. And it's modeled under continuous improvement. We moved away from using that title because it's sounds mathematical. It sounds cold. We haven't come up with the best new title, so we've just been calling it annual review because we want to be clear that what happens to the people that are impacted actually really matters to us. And we continue to talk to those people well after the board has done anything in terms of deciding, like the outcomes matter to us. This just shows where the information is found. So we want to make sure everybody in the public can find everything that's part of the process. And so if you type annual review, you will see this past year's process, and you'll see prior year's processes. While we're in an active process, we post all the letters that actually go home to community. So even if you're not part of that community or you didn't get that letter, you can actually just access it off of our website along with the reports that go to the board. And we post it in both Spanish and English as the base. And for schools that have other languages, we make sure that it's translated for that as well. There are guiding principles to this review. One, we center in this idea of continuous improvement. I think in the old days when we did this process, we sort of naively thought that if you just close schools and allowed schools to have more children, then somehow magically they would improve, without thinking about like what are all the things that have to happen to support people through the transition and to actually be actually pushing towards something that actually looks like improvement. It's also the other thing I led with is that all students in city schools deserve a high quality education and healthy facilities that support teaching and learning. And the portfolio days, we used to say all students should have access. But we wanted to put a stake in the ground and say, no, every child should have this as the base. And that communities that have experienced the most disinvestment, you heard a lot of testimony about communities that experience disinvestment, they should be the communities that we invest in first. You can see that as evidence through how we've done the 21st Century Plan and communities we prioritized in that plan, but also in this process through the leadership of Dr. Washington and Cindy Smith, we've been able to pair, as well as Allison Perkins Cohen and Kim Kelman, we've been able to pair resources, physical investments into school communities with these changes. Because we wanted to send a message really clear to the community that this isn't us disinvesting in you. This is us trying to make sure that what we provide to your children is actually better. The historical context that our schools sit in and in the communities from where our students come from matters in this process. So that's the other piece that we've sort of added to how we do the work, is understanding the meaning of the institutions that serve our students, as well as how we preserve that history through these changes. And then we only make changes under certain preconditions. We only recommend them under preconditions. We don't think we should just be willy-nilly proposing closure to the school board or just closing. And so there has to be conditions in place that allow us to believe that schools are going to be positioned for success. And so that's looking at, is there strong leadership in place? Or are we going to be able to have a strong leadership in place? And what's that process for involving the community and that decision making? Can we improve the facility? What's the state of the facility? What are the improvements that are needed? And do we have funding lined up either through capital dollars or through partners that we can funnel in to improve the facility? And are there strong partnerships in place and other resources that we can align? So an example of that with like Marianne Winterling, some of the things we lined up was additional support through ACABIN, who provided restorative practice support for their students, as well as for tutoring support before we had a tutoring plan. So we're going back in time. Was part of some of the examples of some of the additional resources. We've looked at national research. Honestly, it's mixed. Studies indicate that in order for it to have a real positive effect on students, the quality of the receiving school matters in that. Again, like the data is mixed. The biggest thing that it says is that districts must focus on growth and other measures of quality in identifying receiving schools, not just absolute test scores. When you focus on those measures, that is what's going to lead to long-lasting impacts on positive impacts on students, and that the set of strategies and interventions that are part of this process also matters in ensuring a positive result for students. And so that's something that matters to us in how we do the work. For us, for the schools that we have closed and merged since 2017-18, when we started this new process, we have consistently selected the higher performing school or the higher performing school leader. Sometimes we're changing the makeup of staff or are able to more combine staff. Enrollment increased at all the received schools. Once we've started doing this dedicated of bringing community together, we saw families believing in that and actually enrolling in the schools that we identified as the receiving schools. And then schools were able to offer, and we see this as part of core curriculum, more regular art, music, and other electives. And you'll see when I share some of the feedback from interviews with people, is that when you have a school that's undersized, they're not able to actually meet the COMAR standards because they don't have the funding. They don't have the per pupil funding to do that. And so students are getting sparse electives offerings. And then schools were able to more strategically staff for improvement. And so like you heard from Ms. Ambrose, in her former school that was undersized, they could not have an EA in her role who provides coaching. They couldn't hire coaches. What happened when we combined schools is those schools were able to add APs, coaches, and other kind of strategic supports to help staff. And that led to also, we're talking about one section schools. So in a one section school, you don't have another teacher teaching the same content, the same exact content as you in your school to collaborate with. Collaboration is essential to school improvement and to the work of teachers as a collaborative profession, believe it or not. And so teacher collaboration was able to happen in these schools once they combined. And they reported that there was a renewed focus on academics because you had space for teachers to collaborate and you had staff pouring into those teachers and giving ongoing feedback that leads to improvement. And then the facility, we made sure there were facility improvements that you could feel, see, and experience, that staff could feel, see, and experience within those buildings. And so we clustered improvements, and we continue to look at those schools that have gone through changes and try to push resources to them. So these are some pictures from the recent process that we are in. And so it does involve a lot of engagement. So you see students providing feedback on a playground that is being built Thursday at Franklin Square, who's getting a new playground they're combining with Stewart Hill. And so you see images of them doing that. You see us doing community walks with DOT to inform improvements to the walk paths for students. And you see us doing community events that with some of the schools with the pandemic, we didn't get to do, where students got to have fun with other students and learn dances and get to know them, and families got to get to know other students and see the school. We've been doing a lot of engagement, and we're continuing to do that process, as you heard from some folks today. We've have been able to present to CCAC once, the Charter and Operator-Led Schools Advisory Board, PCAB, and the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City, and we plan to go back to some of these groups before we come back to second reader. Some of what we learned from other districts, some of the key things to uplift from this is that the investments need to be comparable to the thing that's being taken away. I think that's something that we've taken very seriously. That comes from Professor Ewing, who wrote a book about Chicago's school closure process called Ghosts in the Schoolyard. We read that book, and so that helped inform, especially our lifting of the historical context in our work. Lindsay was the one that brought that to our team to read. And so we were really excited to speak with her. We also were talked to other school districts. And so DC talked about the importance of the role of the school leader in transition. Oakland talked about paying attention to community connectors and making sure they're involved and know about the process. Chicago talked about making sure that there was a strong theory of action and concrete ways of shepherding the work through the district, and involves coordination with a lot of teams and leveraging the whole district to support this work. And Atlanta Public Schools talked to us about the importance of making sure that we're not siloed in how we work with other offices in the work. I talked about empathy interviews. I'm gonna have Lindsay share a little bit about what we heard from some of our parents and our school leaders when we did the empathy. When we did the empathy interview. Very briefly.
I do just want to say, and Lindsay, I'm going to let you go, but I know that Angela referenced a lot of the work the team did in consulting other school districts and doing the research. And I think we had a number of people, both in public comment and from the board, rightly reference, right, the research and engage this question of like, what really is happening? And I just want to highlight that as much as our team did the real due diligence of looking at the research, talking to other school districts, they will not say it, but I think it's important for the board and the public to know that actually they have had many school districts calling us as well. And I think part of it, there are a number of districts that are really trying to change the way that they look at the thing that none of us wants to be true. And I think that that can't be stated over and over again. Like, my dad taught urban planning. Angela is a student of history, period. You heard how like Lindsay made sure like the team had quality reading. None of us like sit here and take joy and are ignorant of the impacts on communities. And I think it is right, and I have said in this, this forum, that I think it is right for the board to rigorously question. And what is also true is that I am very proud of the team of people who have engaged and have approached since 1718 the charge to really do this kind of work differently. And the results of that, while absolutely we need to do the longitudinal pieces of kind of where student achievement is, but what is also true is that the early indicators are that the way that we have done this is palpably different than it was, frankly, 10 or 15 years ago. I mean, I remember you just got through the vote, and then you let the chips fall as they may after, and you kind of hoped. And I think it is because of the commitment to the larger community and the wholeness of that, of our community, that you have a group of people who have been recognized nationally. I mean, Angela gets cited nationally, and this team's work is the way to go about this, kind of with community, with making sure that there is a value exchange that other people have learned from. So I just needed to say that because they're not going to tell you that. But like literally, I get calls from national organizations who are saying, we would love to talk to you all about how you've changed the process and done it in a way that still is not perfect. Yeah, I wish we had all of the money that our young people deserve to keep schools open. I wish that there had not had to be deals cut in order to get new 21st century buildings, to close others. But we had to make, and that's what leadership is making those hard choices. And I also want to point out that we actually have not proposed any new closures exactly for this reason.
And I think that that's important. This is not a churn every single year. We made the decision, I said this to the board last year, that we're not moving forward with that. But I do think it is important that, like, the board recognize, and the public, frankly, where we are situated compared to other places in the country who are looking to this team's work as a new way of, frankly, an imperfect situation. So I just needed to say that because they won't, but it is worth noting.
And just to draw the connection, if I may, just to why we're here and looking at a new policy, is it gives us an opportunity to really reflect on what we've come to learn about what's working and what's not working, and how do we codify these things in the best interest of young people in our communities. And so, to Dr. Santelisa's point, is that this is a very imperfect process, but the more that we learn about this, we strengthen our policies, we set the guardrails, and as well as lean into the opportunities in our policy making. And so just want to kind of connect the dots in all of this for all of us. Thank you.
So some of the feedback that we heard from our empathy interviews that we've been conducting. First, one of the parents that we spoke to talked about the initial communications causing less anxiety if they came with some sort of FAQ to answer questions about what could have happened, along with the letter that we sent home. Although they shared that they did feel like throughout the process that staff were listening and the board was listening. They talked about how one thing that they would also want to suggest is that parents have shirts for the new school's identity before school starts, but also shared that, you know, in the new school, now that they have been there for a couple of years, teaching has improved and the teachers are more vested. So as Angela shared, you know, a lot of this feedback we take on an ongoing basis to improve our process, and the FAQ that this parent talked about is something that we incorporate now. A school leader shared just how small her school was before the transition, and how they've been able to grow. They've added murals inside and outside the building, a new playground, a peace and meditation room. They were able to expand resource offerings. So students have full-time gym, they have music, art, a computer class, and a full-time librarian. Which to a lot of our students, when we talk to them about that, feels like a luxury, and it shouldn't. And then also just the additional support for teachers. So having a literacy coach, an ed associate, and the teachers being able to have co-teachers. And then a community member shared that, you know, when she was present in our meetings, both school communities were present. You know, they were not happy, but they were engaged. And, you know, her only wish was that more parents participated. So that's definitely always something that is a goal for us as well. And she also suggested making sure counseling is available for students and that there's someone they can talk to. Angela mentioned our partnership with ACABEN and our wholeness office. So every time that we do this, we lean on those partners a little bit more, and they are more involved in our process. So again, just, you know, it's a kind of a continuous improvement effort to make sure that we're supporting all of our stakeholders.
And you'll see similar feedback on this slide. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to push to talk about student feedback, and I'm going to have Monique share what we heard from our students.
Thank you. So we got an opportunity to talk to some of our younger students, but also students through the gambit. So middle school, elementary, and high school. And some of the positive feedback that we heard was that, you know, at their new schools, they really get to experience something they hadn't experienced before, whether that was an increase in the types of activities and the programming that they got to experience, but that was also some of our students just feeling safer. In one of our school communities, at a school that had closed, a student wasn't really aware. She mentioned that she wasn't really aware of why the school was closed, but at the time she felt like it had to have been because of the safety issues that were just ensuing at the school that she was at. And now, fortunately, she does feel safer. She reported feeling safer in her new school building. She reports that she loves the staff there. Some of our other students also reported that they thought that they would get bullied, you know, by the students that were there and the teachers that didn't really know them. But now they have had the opportunity to connect with those students and to connect with those teachers and that community, and they do actually feel safer. Some of them did report that, you know, I loved my old principal and my new principal. I just don't think that they connect with us that well. And so that was some of the more kind of not negative feedback, but that was just the challenge that we are faced with, to do even more in our transitions process to make sure that we're building relationships between the students, the community, families, and staff. We also heard that in our transition process as a student, they felt like there was something historical and great about being able to see communities come together and to collaborate on what new changes and what new preparations they can have for their new school community. That was a huge thing for some of our students. And to your point, some of these closures did happen as a part of the pandemic, but even without the pandemic being a year and a different type of year for this closure, students still reported that they would like to have more opportunities to connect with students, to connect with families from different school communities. And to have that opportunity during the transition is just really important, whether the pandemic, you know, caused a break in that or not. It was just really important for them.
Thanks, Monique. Yeah, and so the other thing, just talking about like the pandemic, like that was something we took really seriously. So like one of the examples, the school she's talking about, the students talked about not feeling safe was MLK. MLK was a school where that was one of our concerns. It actually was one of the reasons why we closed the school. It was a building where when you entered the building, to get to the office was on the second floor. And so you have young students entering a building that, you know, especially if you're late, there are no adults around. Anybody could be in there. And it had a back entrance too, which is the fifth floor, is the top floor. But again, you'd be like at the gym. So again, no. And so you had a school that probably could have housed 700 kids at the time, had 200 kids in it. So you can imagine all the space. And that can allow, you know, that does create an unsafe environment. And you know, a lot of these, we're talking about schools that are in terrible, sort of really bad facility conditions. And so, you know, it's like, how long do we keep young people in that situation while also not having art, while also not, you know, one of the things Ms. Ambrose shared with us is at her other school, they used to have a practice of taping up books because they couldn't afford. I don't know if you heard, she's like, we had to fundraise for basic supplies. So one of her practices at that school was to tape books so that they had enough books for students for the next year. And so now she's at a school where she had brought that practice. This is the thing about being in inequitable systems, is that you get used to lowered expectations. Our students get used to it, our parents. And so what they mourn and what they're afraid of is like, that I have teachers in the community here that cares about me. And that's the thing that they mourn. But they don't know that they should have that and art and music and supplies and field trips in a building that is safe, in a building that is comfortable, that feels nice, that is respectful of our students. And so that's you know, one of the things, and like students talked about not knowing what could be possible. Their teachers talked about not knowing what could be possible and going through this painful experience, opening their eyes to things they didn't even know was a possibility for them. And so I think that's an important thing. We don't talk about that enough. And while, you know, other systems are experiencing this thing, I don't know that people are doing it the way that we're doing it. And we're very measured in how we're doing it. And so those are the things that we're balancing. So let's get into the policy. We received feedback that we should include definitions of the 8 core factors, and so we adopted that into the policy revisions. I hope that people are able to take a look at that. It's in the back of this presentation. And we accepted most of the definitions. A lot of that feedback came from PCAT. We adopted the majority of their definitions. That we should connect the policy standards to that of the equity policy, which we agree. So our proposed revisions use language in our equity policy and centering our student and student voice in that. We heard this a lot, that we should require the city of Baltimore to be present at meetings on building surplus. In our initial revision, we said we would do our best to include, we had language, something like that. We can't compel. So one of the things I want to be just clear is we can't compel the city of Baltimore to be present because they're a separate agency from us. But what we can do is make sure that we invite them, and we do, and they do participate. So I also want to be clear about that. So that's the language we put in the policy, is that we will invite, because we can only control what we do in terms of a mandate. But I just wanted that part to be clear, why it's not saying we're mandating their presence. The policy should include reporting to the board and the public on the qualitative and quantitative impacts of school community on closure. And so we added a compliance report to the policy. We said as available. So earlier you heard testimony about the test changing. What we experienced because of the pandemic wasn't just the test changing, so that compounded things. So we had moved from using the PARCC assessment to the MCAT, but in between, we didn't have a test. The last time we took a test was in school year 18-19, and then the results for last year, we just got late in January, which actually held up the annual review process this year. So that's what we're saying, is you just don't know, but not to shirk. If we have the people are we're back, the data is there. We think there should be a report. The policy should include a commitment to partner with the school leader to ensure a smooth transition. And so we codify the role of the school leader in the process, as well as in the transition committee. We heard feedback that the school steering committee should be facilitated by CEO designee with direct knowledge of the school. And so those proposed revisions are, that's actually part of the policy, but we added the requirement to include this school steering committee as part of that. We heard feedback that the school family council and community school coordinator should have a role in the process. And so we wanted to, so we added that. We also adopted that, adding the role of the school family council representatives and the community school coordinator as invited members to the steering and transition committee processes. And actually they are actual members. We're codifying something that we've been doing in practice since we've changed the process. The students should be included in the steering committee and transition process. And so we added revisions to include middle and high school students as invited members of the steering and transition committees. And we also added that we would facilitate at least 2 focus groups with students in elementary, middle, and high school to get their input on the transition, which is our current practice. I want to be clear about this. The discussion on school closure is a challenging thing before the board has decided. And so when we're talking about elementary students, how we engage with them very carefully with their and focus a bit on adults. We take student feedback, and so it's really dependent on parent comfortability. So we've had students as young as 8 participate actively in our transition committee. We won't turn away students if their parent is comfortable with that, but we don't think that's something we can mandate in policy. It's not the typical 8-year-old that can participate in that way. And so that's why we didn't put that in the policy, but we think their feedback is important. And that's why we do it through focus groups, so that we can be careful on how we talk with them and age appropriate in how we talk with them, but they inform our process. So I just wanted to clarify that a bit. We heard that we should align the policy with KCA, family and community engagement. particularly the piece around collaborative communication, which we think is essential to this process. And so we have adopted that into the proposed regulation changes. The other feedback that we heard, which is really important, is that we should ensure access for speakers of other language as well as for individuals with disabilities. We didn't add anything specific into the policy for that because that is a requirement. That is a legal requirement of city schools for every communication, and is something that we do. The last thing I want to share is we heard a lot of feedback from community members about the surplus building process and what happens with schools once they have been surplus. And so it's not something that we can put to the policy, but what we committed to is to make sure we're sharing this feedback with the city. We work closely with the city on a lot of this, and there are processes that they've stood up as they are trying to actively improve their processes. And so what community members are concerned about is the maintenance of the buildings and just other activities that can happen around buildings when they're empty, and making sure that once it transfers to the city, that there's an active care for the buildings and real clear communication around the process for who goes into buildings. And so that's feedback that we're sharing with the city because it's about their process. But that's important. It's an important concern that we heard from stakeholders. We'll be back on June 13th for a second reader. So I don't know if there's any questions for us.
Commissioner Bay.
Your mic is not on.
Your mic.
You got to speak into your mic because the people on mic can't hear you.
Let's try this. Okay. It's a mechanical thing. Anyway, the reason why I asked what I ask is very simply because, and sometimes it is for the public to understand the complexity of what I've heard of your work. I've heard of this group's work, okay, outside of here. So I have no doubt about the amount of work that you pour into this. But I wanted people to know that you're considering some of the things that they think you take for granted, and I know you don't. Okay, I know you don't. So I want you to understand that. The other thing that I did need to look at is something that you said a little bit early, not disinvestment, but a reinvestment. But the reinvestment part but reinvestment. And the thing is to sell a reinvestment, you have to sell a reinvestment, and I would like the community to understand what that reinvestment means. Okay, I mean, we can't sit in a cocoon and say, we got $1 million over here, but we don't tell anybody. So, I mean, I think you need to be a little bit more out there with what you're doing and how you're considering the communities that are around it. The hardest things people do is change. It's change, and so you've taken up a big task in trying to look at fair and equitable change. And the short-term examples, that's one of the last things I have to say, the short-term example of what's happening right now is not going to be reverberating 10 years down the line. And so as we look at policy, we're looking down the line. And so so I appreciate your work and you look at your history and looking forward. That's basically all I have to say.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, when we're talking about investment, these are substantial facilities investments in particular. So for example, Franklin Square is receiving students from Stewart Hill. And so they've got a brand new front entrance, a secure front entrance to their building. And they got all updated bathrooms. They got improvements to their cafeteria, to the teacher's lounge. They're getting a Kaboom playground that's being installed on Thursday. That both the students of Stewart Hill and of Franklin Square, as well as the community, gave feedback on the design of that. They are going to get new new AC in that building, and I'm probably forgetting things. So that's significant investments, and that's been consistent with the process that is paired with significant investments, and that we continue to push investments. So an example is a school that went through combining. Actually, right before we adopted this kind of process was Abbaston. Abbaston combined with Coldstream Elementary Middle School. The elementary school combined with them. And at the time, we didn't have, that many resources. They're getting new art spaces and theater spaces now because we couldn't do it then. So we continue to look at those schools that have combined as resources come up. Because again, I mean what I said. I firmly believe that every child in Baltimore City should be in a 21st century school, and it's criminal in 2023 that we have judges and elected officials and other people who think that our students don't deserve what other students in more wealthier parts of the state have. And that's wrong. That's a big part of my work too, is helping to fight for that. We're going to continue to do that. So.
Thank you for that. Thank you for it. I'm curious to know if it is appropriate in the policy or in the regulation to reference for historical context, the 21st Century Buildings Program. Curious to know what you think. I see that there are a couple of references to Comar in the policy, but would it be something to think about, right? Would it be appropriate for us to incorporate that in some way into this policy? Because I think it also reminds the community and staff and commissioners as they come on and go off, some of the historical context of some of the more recent closures, combinations, in order to build these schools that we now call 21st century. So I'm curious to know if that's something that can be considered and discussed as we move forward with adopting this policy and the regulations.
Yeah, we'll definitely think about how we do that. I mean, that's one of the things we've been trying to figure out is how to document all the things that we are doing and the history of those things, so people know why and the what and the how. So yeah, definitely we'll think about how we can do that and what other ways we can do to preserve really what has happened. And yeah,
I actually think you saying that, Commissioner, and again, I know it's late, but I do think we probably could partner with some of the philanthropic community to actually document in concrete ways. This is the most documentation on impact since I've lived in Baltimore City. We never, we would document why to close the school, but we never did anything close to that. And I think this question about within policy, how we also, wherever the board finally lands, how do we memorialize some of the considerations, the questions, the groundwork that has led to whatever the next iteration of the policy is. And it's something that, in typical bureaucratical hierarchies, we don't really do well. Because it's almost seen as not important, but I think that there might be a way, and I keep looking at Commissioner Sally as the head of the policy committee, and knowing that he does that as part of his day job too, that it might be I think this discussion is worthy of thinking about a new way of memorializing within policy all of the learning and context. Again, regardless of where the board lands, I think it's still important, and it's probably worth, from a philanthropic perspective, getting some outside money to do real documentation so that the history of this kind of discussion and learnings, it's not even just discussion, which is what's so powerful about it, is that there's learnings regardless of where the board lands. There's still learnings that should be memorialized that
frankly, are worthy of, because this team can't do it all. It's going to need to be somebody else who can actually come in and do that. So it's a great recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. Thank you to the team for the presentation.
Can I say one more thing? There's something I meant to say when we were presenting, because it's feedback that we heard, and I also just want to be on the record about this. When we bring a recommendation, to the board before the board makes a decision, one of the biggest responsibilities we have is to make sure that the community actually knows how to get their voice heard by you. And then that's hard. It's hard, to hear, the people are worried about, again, those relationships, because that's what our schools do. And so to me, I think when people see, people expressing that pain and expressing that discomfort, they say, oh, this means you're not doing good engagement. But to me, that every member of the community is able to actually testify and share feedback with the board. And so that we have, on those days, you have dedicated meetings that go 4 hours, 6 hours into the night. That to me is testimony that we did do our job right, and not that we did it wrong. And so I think people think that, doing it wrong means people are going to be happy. People are not going to be happy. It's not happy news to hear a school that you love is closing. That's not happy news. There's no way to make that happy news for anybody, no matter what we do. But we have a responsibility as we all wrestle with this. I have sleepless nights about this, to make sure that that you guys as decision makers really heard directly from the community. And the length of the testimony that we have, it's testament that, and I don't usually do this, that we do that damn well.
Yep, and I share just equally, the deep sense of responsibility, take very seriously to ensure that our policies really do uphold, stakeholder engagement as a really core tenet of what we do, but also ensure that policies are fair, that they really set up processes really well, that document history, that tell our story, but also really propel our system forward. And so the other part of that is the change part of policy, which you're highlighting and lifting up here, which is never easy and full of a lot of emotion. And so it's the human part of the work that we do to ensure that our young people have an excellent education. So
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sally. Thank you to the team. Thank you for your advocacy and your work. It is stellar. So thank you. Notice of our upcoming meetings. The Operation Committee will meet on Tuesday, May 16th, 10:30 a.m. It will be virtual. The Policy Committee will meet the same day at 4 o'clock in the evening. The Board Safety Hearing, which we encourage all board commissioners to attend and members of our community, it will be at the historic Booker T. Washington Middle School at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, May 17th in their auditorium. Thanks to the team for organizing that as well. The executive session of the board will meet again. We'll meet again in exec session on Tuesday, May 23rd, here in the 3rd floor boardroom or conference room. We'll meet that same evening at 5 p.m. in public for our meeting. Teaching and Learning Committee will meet on Tuesday, June 6th, 3:30 p.m. And again, we want to take some time to celebrate our teachers. It is Teacher Appreciation Week. So if you get a moment, get a chance, just say thank you for the tireless work and the sacrifices that they make for all of our young people in our communities each day. And also to our nurses who are celebrating this week. Shout out to the incredible work that they do to keep our schools going, but to keep our communities thriving as well. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Bay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second,
Thank you,
Esposito.
Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Sally. All in favor, please answer by saying yes.
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 Here, any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.